wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. You're all I've got. You're all I want. You're all I've got. You're all I want. Back in the day, complications never wore my patience. I was always ready to play, play, play. Why face the day in the sunshine in LA? We hit the beach and rode the waves. I lost my balance, I was faded, faded. I was trapped and wrapped up in a scene that was never really me. Plastic lights and starry eyes, and all the freaks were left outside. So I'd look in and wonder why, where was mine? I couldn't find it, but you're all I've got. You're all I want. Some days it just feels like this will never be enough. Most days it just feels like a struggle to catch up. And I won't mind the day I find what a peace of mind you are. 'Cause life is a wonderful mess. Time to walk away, trade my sunshine in for rain. Same old ways in a different place, but something's changing, changing. I wanted answers and direction. What I got was second guessing, hesitation, no sensation, just more questions. Nothing to blame for being stuck inside this frame of mind. If I can find my way, who I am, what I want, where I'm going, where I was, it's not up to you. I wish there was something you could do, but you're not me, so you can be my answers, answers, because you're all I've got. And you're all I want. Some days it just feels like this will never be enough. Most days it just feels like I struggle to catch up. But I won't mind the day I find what a peace of mind you are. 'Cause life is a wonderful mess. You're all I've got. You're all I want. You're all I've got. You're all I want. it's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself, or else nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? No, I do. Denial. These are not my words. Tell me where are mine? Most of the time, wet my face with reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything
Like I need you. Let's go. Guitar solo. Dude, how we doing? It's Friday night. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go. Yo. Dude, it's actually pretty cool here tonight. It's raining again. Happens at the end of every June. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Oh, do you need yo yo? Let's go. Do 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 do. Yo. How we doing on this Friday night? Oh wait, it's Thursday night. Shit, dude. Dude, I'm so fucked up. I am so fucked up, dude. I thought it was Friday night, and it's Thursday night. I have no idea. Like Jenny's gone for a couple days. I have a dentist appointment tomorrow. And so like I am just spaced out. I thought I had Fortnite tomorrow, but no, instead I have dentist tomorrow. Jesus. So guys, can I just tell you that like I am having a complicated experience right now politically. Okay? I am so mad right now at like what I am seeing going on. And let me give you a little background for this. Okay? Because let's roll back to 2024. Okay? Let's roll back to 2024 with like Biden and Kamala, and I spent all of 2024 and in fact the end of 2023 arguing with leftists about like voting blue no matter who and harm reduction, and realizing that like we can use the primaries for a candidate and then we have to come together, etc. And a lot of exhausting conversations. And I carried the torch for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? I carried the torch sometimes for people that I didn't even really love, right? Like Joe Biden being one of them. I didn't hate him, but I certainly didn't love him. But I went out of my way to defend and protect what I viewed as like the sanctity of the Democratic Party itself. This coalition of leftists and liberals and centrists and progressives and the whole thing, right? You know what I'm saying? The whole fucking thing, right? And so that is something that I have fucking hold on one sec. Dude, yeah, we're gonna get the idiots out right away, dude. Smell ya, right? But so I held the sanctity of like the tent, okay? The tent, guys. And here's the deal. While I was doing it, I know a lot of leftist people, including my fucking 21-year-old kid who's basically a communist, all right? So I had a lot of different age groups and a lot of different voices in my ear about the Democratic Party, about the coalition, okay? Yeah, no, it's all right, Christine, that guy's just jealous because I'm not ashamed of my hairline. I know the type. Dude, let's go! Fucking male pussies that can't handle their fucking hairline, dude. They don't get along very well around me. Dude, I fracture their fragile fucking fake egos. There you go, motherfuckers. Let's go. Dude, I love my hairline. Dude, I love it. I love it. Nobody can rock a fucking hairline like I can. Dude. But anyway, back to my point. So, I had a lot of voices in my ear, from young Gen Zers to older people. And one of the things that I kept getting told, guys, was that, you know, that the centrists were like not being honest, okay? That they were saying vote blue no matter who, but in fact, they didn't believe it. And in fact, that they were trying to sabotage leftism, okay? You know what I mean? And so I didn't really buy that because I was like, no, it's a big tent and we do need some of the centrists in certain areas and this, that, and the other. But my God, what I have watched in the last 4 months is like really pissing me off, guys, because what I am discovering is the centrist establishment Democrats, number one, they don't believe in vote blue no matter who. That only applies when they're making you vote for their milquetoast, AIPAC-funded Republican-like candidate, okay? And the reality is it's not enough for them to not support a candidate, but if there's a leftist, they will actively lie about them. They will like exaggerate and call them communists and socialists and say they hate the country. They will literally use the right-wing talking points on their own coalition. And I am like watching it happen in real time. And what I'm realizing is a lot of the establishment centrist Dems, they don't want you to have health care. Like, they're never going to support Medicare for all, ever. They're not going to fund education. They're not going to raise wages. And they're not going to end funding wars. They want all that shit. And you know what they do? Every campaign now, they literally just say, you know what they say? They say, oh, we want to lower costs. And it's like, yo, dumb fucks. I am 57 years old. I have never once seen my life get cheaper. Ever. My life has never gotten cheaper. The only time it's gotten cheaper is when it's gotten insanely expensive, and then it gets a little bit cheaper, but it's still more expensive than before it got insanely expensive. It's not getting cheaper. Health insurance is never going to get cheaper. Okay? Gas is never going to get cheaper. They're just like squeezing the fucking blood out of us all. And you know who it starts with? You know who it starts with? What really set me off? And you've heard me talk about this guy, Tom Suozzi. Okay? Tom Suozzi. This is the guy who has elevated my blood pressure tonight. It's going to make my forehead wrinkle. Dude, Tom Suozzi, you remember me talking about him? Midas Touch was featuring him for a while as this pragmatic purple district guy. He's a guy who won George Santos's district, okay? It's, Long Island, New York. It is, $140,000 median income. So it's like a wealthy term, okay? It's this guy, right? Hold on. We're gonna look at him right now. It is this guy. Let me take you to him. It is Tom Suozzi, okay? Here he is. He is this guy right here. Look at this fuckwit. Bro. Okay, Long Island, wealthy district. He is in a Republican district. So I will give him that. He's in a Republican district. But he's the same guy who said, you know what? Let's not talk about all this culture war stuff. Okay? But now he didn't want to talk about healthcare. He doesn't want to talk about livable wages. He doesn't want to talk about fucking workers' rights. You know what I'm saying? You know what he does want to talk about? You know what he did do? Let me tell you what he did do. He voted for the Laken-Riley Act. He voted for the Laken-Riley Act with Trump. You know what else he did, guys? In January, he voted for more ICE funding after we watched ICE murder Alex Preddy and Renee Good. He voted to increase ICE funding. And then he did this political interview saying, oh man, I feel really bad about that vote. Okay? Look at this. Right here. He says, look at him. I failed when voting to pass the DHS funding bill. That's what he said. He voted. He was one of seven Democrats that voted with the Republicans for Trump's extra funding to DHS after ICE murdered 2 American citizens. And then he said, afterwards he said, I failed. I failed by voting for that bill. Dude, what a fucking, he crossed party lines to back a bill providing $10 billion more for ICE after ICE murdered U.S. citizens. And then he says, I failed. Oh, yeah. I failed. All right. And now look what he's doing, guys. You ready? Look what he's doing now. Look at this. He's saying we disagree with MAGA. We disagree with socialism. We believe the vast majority of Americans want common sense, mainstream leadership, not political extremism. Do you see the word that screams out at us? Common sense. That's the word the Republicans have been using. Common sense. That word means, like, don't defend trans people. Don't have a pride night. Be gay in the back room where we don't have to look at you. It's right-wing fucking rhetoric. Dude, I am so mad. And look at what he says, dude. Centrist Democrats unite to push back. Okay? 13 Democratic House members and candidates announced their support for a centrist initiative pushing back at the party's tilt towards democratic socialism. So, guys, they won't even accept the fact that DSA people are winning, okay? They won't accept the fact that DSA people are winning, right? They have to, like, say they're bad and use right-wing fucking viewpoints. They're treating DSA, guys, like it's MAGA. And like, bro, give me a break. Now, I was not a card-carrying member of DSA. I have followed them for a long time, and I certainly have a ton of people I know that are hardcore DSA people. But like, guys, I've always thought DSA had the superior policies, okay? They just weren't racking up any wins. But they have the superior policies 100%. And now, though, like, I'm seeing this guy fucking force this shit, okay? And so they signed a thing called the Promise to America that commits candidates to a set of centrist principles, including capitalism, fiscal discipline, strong borders, and pride in the United States, guys. Pride in the United... Look at this. This is from Democrats. The Promise to America, capitalism, fiscal discipline, right? Which is like another right-wing talking point, that fiscal discipline, these people who are burning $1 billion a day on war, burning money on Israel, on fucking, coups, and right? You know what I'm saying? Burning money on tax cuts, strong borders, and pride in the United States, dude. Isn't that crazy? That is fucking wild, guys. That is wild. And now, what's more is that these people, okay, these Tom Suozzi-like people, it's not enough. It is not enough that they are saying, you know what? Like, we wouldn't vote for those guys, but like, they're a member of our coalition, right? We disagree with them on some of their policies, but we agree with them on some. They are literally trying to make it seem like, oh, we can't win. We're going to lose because, fucking Darializa Avila Chevalier won. That's what they're saying. They're like, she won an election, so now our whole party's going to lose. And I'm like, no, they're not. You're actually trying to sink your whole goddamn party. Like, bro, I am fucking pissed. I am fucking pissed. Because you got to understand with me. I don't take coalitions lightly, okay? You know what I'm saying? Which means if my coalition includes black people and brown people and gay people and trans people and rich people and poor people and fucking DSA and centrists and liberals and progressives and far lefties and whatever, I'm like, we're united and we're going to fight for the whole coalition. But like what's happening, guys, is the people that are saying the Democrats are a big tent, they don't believe it. They're lying. They don't believe in the big tent, guys. They honestly don't. They believe in a big tent as long as it fucking doesn't feed like actual like working class policies. As long as it doesn't stem the flow of the capitalism that is just feeding their fucking, you know, getting them high on riches. Dude, they're fucking liars, bro. They are liars, dude. Dude, this shit is nuts. This shit is nuts, guys. Dude, this shit is fucking crazy. I'm like, dude, I'm mad. I've been fucking arguing about it too, guys. Because look at this shit, okay? Look at this shit. As far as I can see, we have voted for centrists, okay, for a while, okay? And while we have voted for centrists and not elected any leftists and not made a big stink about it, Roe versus Wade got overturned, okay? The Voting Rights Act has been gutted. There's been nothing but increase in fucking LGBTQ attacks and attacks on fucking trans rights and gay rights across the country, attacks on sports leagues, pride parades, attacks on, you know, like department store Pride Month displays, attacks on gay marriage. We have watched citizens get murdered by ICE, and some of the centrists won't denounce it. We have watched affirmative action and DEI get hacked to shreds and turned into like dirty words. And we witnessed a genocide that has been followed up by an additional war for no goddamn reason. And the whole time, these centrists have basically like done not a lot. There are some that have been battling, and there are some like people that progressives that have been fighting in the courts. But a lot of these centrists have been saying, be nice. You know, oh, you said something edgy on your Twitter. Oh, you said that you said fuck Kamala Harris, and now we're gonna never let you live it down. It's like, yo, bro, you just fucking like missiled a grade school and won't even call the fucking president out, right? Like, give me a fucking break. Dude, we're watching the president, like, kidnap foreign leaders and threaten Denmark and shit, and you want me to be nice? You want me to not say, like, fuck America? Like, bro, if you want me to not say fuck America, quit having America act like a bunch of fuckers, dude. You know? Like, dude, I'm so mad, bro. I am so pissed. I am, dude. Dude. Yeah. No, dude, Carville. Dude, fuck James Carville, boss. Now, listen to me. James Carville, this guy backed down. This guy backed down to Melania Trump. Okay? So he was dead to me the minute he backed down for Melania Trump. Okay? Like, just absolutely dead to me. But let's see what he says.
The New York Times reported, and I have the quote right here, I'll get to it. She is against, passed off all her views. She has attacked interracial relationships in the American flag. Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. I just not. And I actually do think it's time.
See, listen to me, though. Here, I want to pause right there because they keep saying, like the same way that they say Graham Plattner's a Nazi, they keep saying she attacked interracial relationships. But guys, she's a black woman, okay? She's an Afro-Latina woman, okay? So she might have a view of like black culture and how black men dating white women are like, she may have a nuanced view about that and have some opinions about that. Now, that doesn't mean she's against interracial marriage if she has some opinions, right? But they don't talk about what she said. They keep saying, oh, she's against interracial relationships. But it's like, yo, I've known a lot of black women that have some feelings about black men dating white women, okay? And they're not necessarily against interracial relationships, but they have a complicated relationship to dating black men who want them to be like white women or who want to date white women. It's complicated. Now, if a black woman has some complicated feelings about black men dating white women, I'm not going to eat her lunch for that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I mean? I mean, my God, dude, black women are under attack from every fucking angle. Like, give them a fucking break. I would like black women to be able to have some thoughts about shit and not automatically be viewed as extremists or radicals, right? Like, goddamn, dude, Joanne Hardesty, who was our city councilor. Okay, we had a city councilor named Joanne Hardesty. She was a black woman, and she fought against the cops, and she fought for, like, you know, homeless rights. And, man, they portrayed her like she was abusive or combative. It's like, but, dude, she was a fighter. But she didn't get any leeway. Like, everything she did got, like, judged and microscoped. And it's like, goddamn, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, give me a fucking break. I think we can allow black women to have feelings about shit and not can it. You know, is this black woman and made some comments about black men dating white women. And so therefore they're like, oh, she's against interracial relationships. I'm not buying that, guys. Okay? That's bullshit. Okay? That is bullshit. A Carville. Okay? That he says that he says, oh, she's against that. Right? And then he says, and she did something to the flag. Dude, she made a comment on Twitter that was like, I don't have any napkins. I'll just wipe my hand on a flag. Dude, that is perfectly acceptable to be disappointed in your country. And like, dude, I can go to a picnic on any given day out in fucking Gresham, and I can find you some people with barbecue sauce all over a goddamn flag. Okay? So like, shut the fuck up, Carville. You know what I mean? This is clown behavior. And what is this guy? Dude, Dude, Carville! All right, bro. Dude, you are like the crypt keeper, dude. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, you look like you're 200 years old. Wait a sec. Hold on. Were you in Disclosure Day? I'm serious. You look like the alien they pulled out in that last scene of Disclosure Day. You got that same fucking warped looking head, bro. And like that even skin tone that's kind of like, you know, pleather. Dude, you back down from Melania Trump, and now you want to like critique an exciting young black woman who just won a fucking crazy race, you know, the most exciting candidate we've had since AOC, and you with your fucking stretched vinyl seat looking face coming here looking like you're being held together on fucking Adderall and fucking heart medication. You want to talk to us about, like, you know, ability? You want to talk to us about, you know, about being a fighter? Like, come on, bro. And you did say something, though. You said, oh, she's not in the same party. That's right. Because you don't belong in this party, boss. You're not on the left, bro. Bro, you're like a Republican light, okay? And like 1 foot in the grave at that. All right? Fuck you. Melania Trump owns you. Bye-bye. Jesus. Sorry. Dude, I'm livid. All right. I'm livid, dude. All right, let's see what he says, though.
She is against passed off all her views. She has attacked interracial relationships in the American flag. Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. They're just not. And I actually do think
the American flag.
It's time for Democrats to talk the S word, schism. I really do. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent.
Oh, dude, he wants the national divorce. Well, tell you what, buddy. Dude, you know what? You know what's so funny? Is like, maybe we do have to give him a fucking schism, right? Maybe we do. Like, what are they going to win? What are the Democrats going to win without leftists and progressives? What are they going to win? Nothing. They're going to be like the less biblical version of the right wing, dude. You know what I mean? It's going to be like one guy shows up with cocaine and the other guy shows up with a bag of baking powder that looks like cocaine. Dude, nobody's partying with the baking powder guy, okay? Let me just tell you. Dude, all the biblical junkies want to snort the Bible. You know what I mean? Like, give me a fucking break.
And there's just some shit that I can't be in the same camp with. And we talk about what Madame was 3 for 3 last night in Manhattan. They call it the Commie Corridor. Fine. Jason Crow's service pack, vote vets, 10 for 11. You wouldn't know Jason Crow exists. Okay,
no, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know Abigail Sandberg exists. You wouldn't know.
Dude, Carville, hold on, buddy. We do know Abigail Spanberger exists. And you know why we know Abigail Spanberger exists, boss? Because she fucked up the redistricting, bro. She won, and they redistricted Virginia, and they ignored some rule, and they didn't have a backup plan. And so they fucked up a huge thing promising, oh, we're going to fucking redistrict a bunch of seats. And they fucking failed. Because they didn't do the right shit up front, bro. They promised everybody something and then fucking put a knife right in them. So, yeah, we've heard of Abigail Spanberger. Like, give me a break, bro. You know what we want? We want people that don't do that incompetent shit anymore. People that don't promise us a redistricting when they know they fucked up and they're going to lose in court and they don't have a backup plan. Okay? That's what we're tired of. We're tired of people promising the world and then delivering nothing but their own skyrocketing stock portfolio. Okay? Give me a fucking break, dude.
I want to be very specific. I understand the free press for being here because if they nominated David Duke or something like that, we'd be the same way. I understand all that.
Dude, he compared them to David Duke. Dude. He pulls up David Duke. Dude, this motherfucker looks more like David Duke and his brethren than he literally compared fucking Darializa Avila Chevalier, an Afro-Latina woman, to David fucking Duke. This is these motherfuckers, bro. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers. This is what I am talking about. Like, these fucking guys, bro. You know what I'm saying? Give me a break.
To the extent I understand the Times, because they are the New York Times, so they have to cover, they are the hometown newspaper. But the idea that we must neglect everything else that's going on, all of these other primaries, all the recruits Jason has, all huge, phenomenal successes we've had, and declare that the party is now under the control of the Democratic Socialists of New York City is insane.
Dude, who's even saying that, though? Why does this guy care who's in charge of the party? Like, dude, Mamdani's the mayor of New York. He's not running the Democratic Party. But DSA have won 29 races. Okay, there were 29 races, guys, that won with no AIPAC money. You see this? Look at this shit, guys. Look at this. Hold on. Let's go to this. Now, I'm not the hugest AIPAC tracker person. I don't live and die because I don't automatically think, like, if I have to choose AIPAC Dem or AIPAC Republican, I'm voting AIPAC Dem. Okay, I've been very clear about that. But look at this. 29 primary wins with zero AIPAC money. And they're in Arkansas, California, AR, that's Arkansas, isn't it? Yes, Arkansas, California, Illinois, Indiana, okay, Kentucky, Maine, of course, North Carolina, New Jersey, Nevada, New York, Ohio, Oregon, right? Pennsylvania, Texas. A lot of red states there too, guys. And some of these are big. Like Chris Rabb was fucking big, dude. Graham Plattner is fucking big, bro. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, Claire Valdez was big, and fucking Darializa is big. You know what I mean? Like, dude, that's a big deal, right? That's a big deal, guys. I think that is a huge start. Okay.
But in understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. So I just cannot. Maybe there's a way that you can say to, I guess Mandami is the leader of it, is, you insist that, try to insist that the people that run under your banner run as a democratic socialist and don't use the Democratic Party as your guideline, and let's negotiate the terms of a schism here. Maybe we can part under some kind of advantageous terms for both of us. But I'm done. I'm not in that fucking political party. I am totally comfortable in a political party that spends time questioning the policies of the government of Israel. In fact, I'm enthusiastic about that. I don't want to be in a political party that denies the right of the state of Israel to exist. That's just not. I just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's just not doable.
Dude. So, like, I mean, yeah. Dude, it's wild, guys. It's wild. Dude, but Carville is like, first off, though, you ready? First off, this guy is like, dude, here's where you could start, okay, with somebody like Carville. As he says, I'm fine with being critical of this Israeli government. But it's like, yo, are you fine with defunding them? Are you fine with getting their money out of our politics, right? Are you fine with making AIPAC a foreign interest fucking, thing? Right? You know what I mean? Like, no, he's fine with you saying you don't like Netanyahu, but we're going to feed the beast. Okay? Dude. Yeah, this is some bullshit. Okay? Now, don't get me wrong. I never thought that fucking James Carville was like, I never thought that James Carville was a fucking, a voice to be paid attention to, because he's old and he's weak. He's weak. And he is too busy obeying the fucking, the type of like, well, we'll just meet in the middle and let the more aggressive guys take the ball, and we'll just sit back here as long as I have my stock portfolio. Right? He's just ineffective, dude. He reported something about Melania Trump. She called him up and threatened him, and he immediately deleted the video because this guy's a fucking wuss, bro. Right? Like, are you fine with U.S. taxpayers paying for Israel's healthcare and college tuition? So, JP Marine, here, like, I don't know what your statement is about that, right? like, are you asking James Carville that question? You know? Is that what you're asking? I don't know what you're asking, right? If you're asking me about like the US taxpayers paying for their healthcare and college tuition, right? We're not, and no, I wouldn't want to, right? But we're mostly what we're doing is we're just providing them with lots and lots of weapons of war. And more than that, we're providing them with cover, okay, is what we're doing. But so, dude, this guy, though, what a fucking piece of shit. Dude, I mean, yeah, look at both of them. Like, who is this other guy, dude? This other guy, like, dude, these guys need to be in an old folks home. Dude, let's go. You have the heart of a progressive. Guys, I've always been a progressive. And in fact, I think I'm very far out. Like, I think I'm very far out on the left. I have just always respected, like, having a coalition tent so we can have a wide range of people on the left. You know what I'm saying? And having an institutional political power that can service all different parts of the country. The problem is that I'm slowly coming to realize that shit that I've been told about the people in the middle is that they're not actually on the left, guys. Okay? You know what I'm saying? They're not actually on the left. They aren't, dude. They are, I mean, there are some people on the left in the Democratic Party, but it's basically like, you know, they're like a form of centrist Republican that have the same Christian Zionism and the same like anti-Islam and anti-everything but American Christianity, right? But they're like, they won't be openly racist or openly mean to gay people. But they think we should not talk about race issues and not talk about LGBTQ issues and just, you know, just work on being common sense. And dude, all I can say is this, okay? My life, I can tell you uniformly, guys, I'm going to be 57 years old in, let's see, what's the day? All right, so in 4 months, I'm going to be 57 years old. Let me tell you guys, common sense is fucking bullshit, okay? It is bullshit. You do not have an exciting life or a life well lived if you live with this common sense ideology. There is a time to be sensible and there is a time to be careful, but most of your time should be spent pushing the envelope, expanding your boundaries, expanding your horizons, going outside of your comfort zone, and being adventurous and bold. In fact, the idea of common sense is usually limiting and relegating yourself to like not making anybody else face their own insecurities because they're too afraid to go for shit. Okay? Common sense is about other people get uncomfortable when you go after big change. So they want you to like, whoa, don't make me uncomfortable with you trying to change, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the same shit that they tried to do to deter therapy. Like, whoa, you don't want to, like, if you spend all your time digging up your past hurts, you're going to be miserable. You're going to inflame the whole situation. You want to just move on, leave it in the past, use some common sense. You don't want to sit there and get embroiled in your negativity, right? And it's like, yo, no, you want to go in. You want to go in deep. You want to experience it all. You want to pour through it all. You want to dig in there. You want to be adventurous. We didn't get to the moon by using common sense, okay? We didn't get an iPhone with the touch screen and all this 5G by using common sense, guys. We did it by bold adventuring and trying shit that was way outside the pocket, okay? You know what I mean? That's how you fucking get advancement, okay? Common sense is not where it's at, okay? It's common, okay? It is common. And deranged normality, dude, great way of putting it. Dude, am I a Scorpio? I am on the cusp. I am October 22nd. So I'm on the cusp. But now let me just finish this off, and then we're going to move on, guys. Because I have been arguing today. I have been arguing with leftists today, okay? And here's what I've been arguing about, guys, okay? Is I've been arguing about this. About like, because the centrist Dems want to say, yo, it's the leftist reason why we've been losing and why we have Trump. And like, guys, I don't really believe that. Like back when Obama was president, we had both houses of Congress and we had the presidency. That was when we got Obamacare. Why didn't we codify Roe v. Wade? Okay? Why didn't we? Why did we not codify Roe v. Wade then when we had it? When Mitch McConnell refused to seat a Supreme Court justice, why didn't we fight that in a way that will fucking wreak some havoc? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did we stand idly by while right-wingers just shit on us time and time again? Okay? When Donald Trump made endless ads about they, them, why did Kamala Harris never fucking stand up and say, wow, man, this has nothing to do with men and women's sports. This is about just trans people trying to have a normal life, right? Like we get it if you have concerns about sports equality and all that, and we can have all those discussions, right? We can place limitations on things. But the idea is we have trans people that like they want to have a normal life, a semblance of a normal life. How can we all sit at a table and talk about it? You know what I'm saying? And like, so we haven't done this shit. What I have seen is that they say, oh, let's not talk about LGBTQ issues. But look at what's happening now that we're not talking about LGBTQ issues. I just watched the U.S. government threaten Major League Baseball because they have Pride Month. They're trying to erase Pride Night celebrations on baseball teams in 2 cities that have huge LGBTQ populations, San Francisco and Los Angeles. The only 2 teams that are grandfathered in to have a rainbow cap because they specially requested it. And like they won't let that happen. They won't let 2 gay cities in a state they despise just have their goddamn hats. They've got to go in there and like keep digging and keep trying to overturn shit. And meanwhile, a bunch of centrists are like, oh, let's not talk about gay rights. Oh, yeah, let's just forget about that. Let's focus on the economy. But let's not ask for higher minimum wage, or let's not ask for, rights for tenants, or let's not ask for health care. We'll just pretend like we're going to lower costs and help the working man by, oh, yeah, you can write off the tax of your casket when you're dead. All right, when you're dead, your wife can write off your casket. How about that? How's that sound? We'll give you that, okay? And here's a 5 spot. Go fucking shine my shoes. Dude, it's like, no, I want more than that. Dude, I want more than that, guys. All right? You know what I'm saying? I want more than that. And so the thing about it is like I said to somebody here, okay, look at this. I want to show you something, okay? Because somebody Look at this guy, okay? There's a guy here. I want to just show you because I've been replying to this, and there's a guy who replied to me here. Look at what he said. He said, right? You know what I'm saying? He said, the problem is people like you want to dump everything at the feet of so-called centrists. Everyone had a role to play in where we are. I don't doubt that everyone had a role to play. But he says, especially leftists and MAGA, which are one and the same when it comes to trying to blame one issue for everything. But like, guys, the only reason I am talking about this right now is because centrists are attacking primary winners. I have not gone against a single Democratic primary winner, okay? I have not gone against a primary winner in the Democratic Party in 10 fucking years. Everybody that the voters voted for, I have fully backed. And that person is like saying, I'm trying to blame one issue. No, I am fed up because I have literally respected the primary winner. The Democratic Party is the voters, and you support that primary winner. And I know, Natalie, I know you're talking about his take, right? And I have lived by that, and now the very centrists who started that thing are trying to renege. They're trying to change the rules, and they're trying to say, no. When we don't like the candidate, or they have some policies, or they said some harsh things, or they're Muslim, or they're a black woman and from New York, then we're going to like say that they're an albatross now that's going to sink the whole party. And I'm like, yo, dude, that's bullshit. Okay? That is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That is bullshit. And so like that made me mad. Okay? Dude, I am angry. I'm angry. You know, I'm angry. And I'm telling you right now, guys, it's like, because I've thought about like running. I don't know if I will run somewhere down the road. I don't know if I will. Honestly, I have a lot of shit in my past. Like if I were to run for office, dude, Graham Plattner would be small potatoes compared to what they would dig up about me. Dude, my Twitter alone would be like, people would be like asking me to resign. But, you know, you know what I'm saying? Oh. Yes. No, I get it, Marauder. Right? Like it's like we can't stop talking about trans rights when the Republicans are centering all their shit on it. Like we have to take that fight. You know? But what I was going to say is if I do run for office, I would be exploring the DSA as well. Because I really, you know, I don't think capitalism, I don't think unbridled capitalism has an end point that isn't our death. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. I think capitalism, the way it is going now, if we don't stop it and break up the big companies and get VC out of purchasing real estate altogether, get VC out of buying up chains that own real estate so they can sell the real estate to their other company and rent it back to the company and saddle it with debt. If we don't get rid of that shit, we're going to end up in work camps, okay? Like most people are going to end up in a fucking labor camp, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know, that's just how I see it. I don't think capitalism fucking ends well, guys. It's not going to end well. It's like capitalism is never going to get like it was in the 1950s unless we regulate it like we did in the 1950s. Like there was an explosion in the 50s, guys. There was an explosion where people could have a good life on one income, okay? And there was a technological advances and shit like that. And the thing about it is it's never going to go back there. I mean, we have the technological advancements coming, but we don't have any regulation. And Amy, just so you know, because I feel like I don't know, I've seen a couple of your comments, but like we live in a capitalist country, and I'm not calling for an end to capitalism, but we don't have to have capitalism out of control. We can do whatever the fuck we want. You know what I'm saying? So like we don't have to just accept something because it is. I mean, I was a drug addict. My dad was an alcoholic before me. I didn't have to be an alcoholic. I'm still an alcoholic, but I got treatment. And now I'm not an alcoholic. You know, I mean, I am the alcoholic person, but I'm not living as an alcoholic. I don't have to practice my life the way it was handed down to me. And I don't think we need to do that with capitalism either. I mean, there are plenty of models out there. And what's more, we're ingenious people. If we can create the fucking iPhone, we can create and modify our financial system to be more equitable. Okay? The problem isn't that we can't do it. The problem is the people with all the ducats don't want to fucking lose any ducats. Okay? That's really the problem, is we're out of control to where like 500 people control the whole goddamn country as far as the economy goes, right? Or 500,000 people, and they don't want to lose a goddamn dime. They want more, you know? You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Dude, thank you, 𝗪𝗓𝗡. That's my point. I'm not trying to like make capitalism disappear. I'm not trying to Fight Club this shit, but I am not going to be content. Okay, I am not going to be content letting capitalism create trillionaires while the rest of us are fucking starving. Like, I'm fighting that shit. Dude, Nameless, Nick, let's go. And now, though, you ready? Hold on. Dude, and now, you ready for this? Let's do a little capitalism, all right? Actually, let's do a little socialism because, dude, let's set up the fucking, the goal, dance party goal. I think it's more socialism, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not fucking, you know what I mean? I do my shit for free, and I mean, it's actually communism, dude. Being a streamer, I literally do my shit basically for free, and I'm relying on the community. Do you know what I'm saying, dude? 𝗪𝗧𝗧, the Panopticon is hella full of trolls today. Let's go. Dude, let's go, baby. Again, I'm not saying to burn it all down, but I think and this has always baffled me. This isn't even about Democrat shit. You ready? So this isn't even about the Democrats or Republicans or that. This is just about the American political climate on both sides has been the whole, like, this idea that, you know, we can go to the moon, we can go to Mars, we can have electric cars, we can have pocket computers, that 5G and all this crazy shit. But we can't modify the financial system. Like, no, dude, oh, shit. If we do anything to upset this capitalism and our corporate culture, well, the whole thing will fucking fall apart. And it's like, dude, I don't believe that. If we can do this, and if I can get sober, we can fucking create a better version of capitalism. You know? I mean, give me a fucking break, dude. Dude, I came back from being a crazy drug addict. I couldn't go a day without being blitzed on fucking cocaine. You know what I'm saying? I could not. And so for me to come back from that, I believe that we can modify capitalism and make it more equitable and healthier for the people on the planet. Dude, Peter Stabs, Paula, let's go. All right. Let's go. Dude, let's go. Dude, Shin Godzilla, political punk for president, LFG. Dude, I would love to be president. I don't know if I have that kind of clout ever, though, boss. You never know, though. right? If it were meant to happen, dude, you can't stop it. That's what I'm telling you. Like, I don't really worry about that shit anymore, right? I don't worry about forward momentum like I used to, right? I used to when I was younger, when I had a band, I would worry about, oh, gotta promote. Now I realize that you do what you love and you do what you can invest yourself into, so your day-to-day is something you enjoy doing. And then the universe has it after that. Because if your band is going to take off, there's nothing you can do that's going to prevent it from taking off. And if your band isn't going to take off, there's nothing you can do that's going to make it take off. You have to just love the process. And then you let the virality or non-virality happen. That's kind of how I live. Dude, I'm like, whatever. I focus on the process. But you know, if I have an opportunity to be president, I won't say no. And dude, to be honest, after Donald Trump becoming president, I feel like it's open to anybody. I really do. I'm not saying that I'm going to run for president or be president, but what I am saying is I don't think you have to be an established politician anymore. You just literally have to tap into the zeitgeist of the moment. And you can be somebody with no qualifications. And if you're answering the question that everybody's seeking the answer to, or you're putting your finger on the raw nerve that is getting everybody juiced, anybody, it's open to anybody now. You know what I mean? One thing he did was prove anyone can be president. Yes, he did, Lady B. He proved that you can be a total fucking loser and you can still be president of the United States. So I guess I still have a chance. Let's go. Fingering the nerve. Dude, I like to finger the nerve, boss. Oh, shit. Dude, tax the rich. I mean, you know, there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit we could do, guys. You know, like, you know, big money out of primaries, you know, certainly taxing the rich. I still think there's room for UBI, right? So, and hear me out on this, guys, okay? So, as a musician, all right, all of the things I create have a content ID. There's a footprint. All of my songs that I use that are registered in the system, in the content ID system, they're on Spotify, they're on Apple Music, they're on YouTube Music. If somebody puts one of my songs in their video, it's going to get copy struck, right? And voila. And so my royalties get tracked, and I pay a company 7% for them to collect all that money for me. And they collect it from all the digital platforms. Then ASCAP collects it from radio stations, right? There's no reason we can't have a digital ID. An anonymous digital ID could go to a crypto account, right? Or an account with no name on it that we have access to. But we could have an online digital ID. And every company that sells our data, they put a little bit of money, like a royalty, into a fund that gets disseminated to all the users. So every single company takes like 10% of their ad revenue that comes in, and it goes into that big digital fund, and then it goes into our little anonymous account. Easy peasy, okay? You have cookies that monitor your behavior. All your accounts are signed in. They're tracking, they're monetizing you. Perfect. Monetize the shit out of us and give us royalties as though our behavior are the songs we're writing. That could be easily instated, guys. And maybe it wouldn't be a lot of money, but the thing about it is like, maybe it would. With a whole bunch of companies that are all selling our data, we could easily do something like that, guys. Okay? You know? And so there are many ways to sort of like think about creative ways of getting people, you know, more funds. Okay. I mean, obviously looking at like a trillionaire, I did do something on the internet today where I said, hey guys, You know, you think Elon Musk deserves to be a trillionaire, but okay, let's have all the SpaceX and Tesla employees take a year off. And then Elon's going to go to work and do his job every day without all those employees. And then 1 year from now, let's check in on Elon's net worth. And you know, what do you think would happen there? Versus if Elon took a year off and the top management took a year off and that company went a year without Elon, one of them would still be generating funds. And it wouldn't be the one where all the workers took off. So, like, I don't think Elon should be a trillionaire. And I think it's great that 4,000 people got stock worth $1 million. But no, I think it's more like, you know, 35% of that company should belong to the employees. Period. Like 35% of that wealth should be in the hands of the employees. They should control it and have access to it, right? Why not, right? But I get it. I get it. They're like, they have a system. The wealthy have a system, guys, where the workers create the wealth and then the wealthy monetize them through stocks. Okay. And then what they do is they never sell it, guys. They just take loans on it. They live on loans. They take loans on their stock. So it doesn't get sold. So the price can keep going up and up and up. But then, when they do need to sell it, they sell it off and then the price goes down. But, you know, they get to control when and where that happens and how it happens. You know? You know what I mean? But I don't know. There's a lot of things we could do. But I feel like I'm being radicalized right now by some of the centrist members of my own party. Okay? And so I don't like that, like the centrists want the leftists to vote for the centrist candidates, but then the centrists are trying to call the leftist candidates terrorists. And like, yo, dude, it's like cool if you differ in policy from Chevalier or Mamdani, but to call them terrorists, it's like, get the fuck out of here. And they're not the only people that think America is like not great all the time or think that America has committed war crimes and all that shit. Like, let's be honest, dude. America, we've done some fucking dirty shit. Dropping nuclear bombs and fucking enslavement and Jim Crow and segregation and fucking police murdering people and school shootings and not passing any gun laws. Like, give me a fucking break. Funding wars all over the goddamn globe. Like, you're telling me we're supposed to just ignore all that? Maybe we should stop doing all that. How's that? How's that? How about if we stop letting kids die in schools with no gun laws? How about if we stop paying for wars around the globe and pay for healing instead, right? How about if we stop discriminatory practices and legalizing discrimination and fucking, right? How about if we stop doing that shit? All right. There we go. Dude, that was a rant. You know, that was a rant. All right. I feel better now. Oh. Dude. You like the rants? Dude, I'm pissed. I am, dude. I'm pissed. Because like I'm disillusioned, okay? I am disillusioned because I realize now. I realize the truth, guys. I realize that, and I'm not going to judge all because we do have a big tent, but I do realize now that there is a distinct and powerful faction of the Democratic Party that is basically the same as the Republican. And they're not going to change. And so we're going to have to depose them. Okay? We're going to have to we're going to have to depose some of the power dynamic in the Democratic Party, like we are, or we're going to have to split off and let them fry and let them just fucking sink of their own accord. But some change is going to need to happen. Okay. And some of it is involving the money in the primaries. Dude, did you see Hasan talking about Ritchie Torres? Oh my God, dude. I don't know if you saw this, but this is a pretty funny video. Okay. Because Ritchie Torres has been fucking, right? Dude, this is wild. I think Hasan's a little drunk here. He's a little drunk. He sounds like he's had a little bit to drink. And he is, you know, obviously Ritchie Torres was like being pretty vocal about Israel and shit like that. And you're welcome, Christine, but watch this.
Ritchie Torres. Ritchie Torres, I know you won tonight. I didn't even look at your race. You probably won, you piece of shit. Remember, I was coming for you, but you got lucky this time. But I'll see you in 2. I'll see you in 2, motherfucker. I know you stopped talking shit. I know you stopped talking about Israel, Ritchie Torres. What happened? I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker. Just wait. Ritchie, I'm coming for you, Ritchie.
Dude, he is drunk.
I'm coming for you too.
This is our city.
You think shit is sweet? Sit on that fucking seat for the next 2 years. I'll see you in 2, Ritchie. I hope you remember that. Every day, every time there's a decision that you can make where you are pro-Israel, I hope you remember. You got 2 more years, motherfucker. 2 more years. You better act right, Ritchie. Hey, by the way, I just want to point out that a 32-year-old organizer just took out the fucking Congressional Hispanic Caucus chair with a campaign that the fucking incumbent ran, talking about how she said, fuck Kamala Harris. That's where America's at right now.
Dude, that's him talking about Chevalier. So he's at an event, and obviously somebody was talking in the background, and he definitely is fucking hammered. But guys, I don't disagree with the substance of this, okay? You know what I mean? Because, like, Ritchie Torres has been very vocal of, you know, there are a lot of these people that are super vocal about, like, almost where it's like Israel's more important to them. The Israel war machine is more important to them than what's going on in America. And I think that really shouldn't be. Okay, like that John Fetterman, if you're against Israel, you're anti-American. No, that's bullshit. But anyway, what he said was a 32-year-old organizer, that was Chevalier. She took out a well-entrenched incumbent who was the head of the Hispanic Heritage Caucus, right? She took down a big guy just like AOC did. And their entire campaign was bombarding ads that she had said, fuck Kamala Harris. And she won against the Kamala Harris supporter. So, like, that's telling you that people are fucking sick of this shit. That people are fucking sick of this shit. Like, we're sick of being lied to, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, Darializa Avila Chevalier. Avila. Dude, we're sick of being lied to. And what do I mean by that, guys? What I mean by that is like coordinated voting, okay? It's like a Democratic bill that they don't want it to pass, so a number of Democrats decide to not vote, or people that aren't up for, you know, that are in a like protected district will vote no on something important to get voted in their shit, but mostly both houses are working together to just not get anything good passed. They're not breaking up the big companies. And in fact, now Larry Ellison is just conglomerate on conglomerate on conglomerate. right? And like you're driving down the road and there's one store downtown and an Amazon warehouse, and that's your fucking town. And now instead of getting more stores, they're like, well, now we're going to put in a data center because the data center is going to pay the county $30 million a year. And yeah, your water's going to be brown and all of your plant life is going to die and you're not going to be able to sleep because it's noisy 24/7 and you're probably going to die of brain cancer. But the county commissioners are all going to get a big fat raise, and we're going to build a nice place for the commissioners to hang out and do blow while you guys are in the hospital with leukemia. And they're like, so sorry that we haven't put any stores in, and sorry that, you know, like your farm had to foreclose and you can't start a business because it's just Amazon and the data center. And yeah, and I'm sorry you don't have health care either. Whoops. Yeah, that sucks too, but enjoy the brain cancer and please vote blue no matter who, right? You know, hey, right? Dude, I think it's time for a fucking change, bro. Dude, she sent a personal apology to Harris. Good. But I mean, dude, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying fuck Kamala Harris. I mean, shit, if you're mad at Kamala Harris and you're upset at her about something, you're allowed to say fuck Kamala Harris. Dude, I mean, we say fuck Donald Trump every day. Like, you can say fuck whomever. You know what I'm saying? I can say fuck God, bro. And like, what are you going to do? It's like, dude, you do what? We have to, I can't, like, what is Kamala Harris? Like the supreme deity of the universe that nobody can fucking get mad at her? I mean, I love Kamala, but like, people are allowed to say fuck Kamala if they're mad at them, you know? I just think this idea, you know, a black woman though, she's got a right, Chevalier, she's a woman of color. An Afro-Latina woman for Congress has to jump through every fucking hoop and apologize and oh, I regret what I did. And they're going to talk about it through the whole goddamn election. Right? But I will say though, you ready? I don't know. I'm proud of Hasan. Okay? You know, I've had some issues with this guy. I had some issues in like 2024 with what I perceived as like negativity, him being down on the Democratic Party. Now I realize Hasan was right with a lot of it, but he's fucking done the work this time, guys. He has used his platform to help people win, man. You know what I mean? Like, he is out there organizing, door knocking, using his platform for these progressive candidates and really helping them. You know what I'm saying? Really helping them, like, some of these candidates win. And so I'm actually fucking proud of him for like, you know, he put his money where his mouth was. I mean, I would like him to run for office, but in the absence of running for office, him using his platform to elevate little known people, you know, is really good. He's being active. Okay. He's not just sitting here complaining this election cycle. Okay. He actually fucking got in the trenches. All right. And you know, and I know some people don't like him because he's abrasive and shit. But guys, a lot of people don't like me and think I'm abrasive. I think when you're an opinionated fighter who's going to like get in there and try to like really fight the system, a lot of people are going to hate you. That's just, you know, you can't really be a cordial fighter. Okay. And that was the thing. I had a talk with some Dems online today or whatever. It was on Twitter, but it was like this. Somebody said how, oh, Chevalier is like, she's not smooth like Mamdani is, you know? And I'm like, the thing about it is not everybody needs to be smooth like Mamdani. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's room for somebody smooth like Mamdani, but if you go back to the civil rights movement, You had people like MLK, who was really smooth and like a calm speaker, but you had a lot of people that were like immovable objects that were going to go down swinging, and those people were important too. The civil rights movement wouldn't have happened just with the smooth, nice guys, okay? You needed some of the brawlers and some of the, like, the fucking, you know, knee kickers too, okay? And I think that, like, you need all kinds in a revolution. You know, if you want to change systemic shit, you need some brawlers too. You do. You do. You need people that will not budge, and then you need people that can smooth things over, and then you need people that can bring people together, and you need people that can be first through the wall, and they're going to leave a mess behind them for everybody else to clean up, but they're going to break open new ground. I mean, you need all kinds. Like, and sometimes if you're doing your own business, you have to become many different kinds of people. Right? You have to learn how to network. You have to learn how to raise money. You have to learn how to take chances, you know? And so I think there's room for a lot of different kinds of people, you know? But I don't like, I'm going to finish on this. I saw a lot today of people trying to call these new DSA candidates terrorists, and simply because they want to have a more equitable wealth distribution in our country. And I don't like that, guys, okay? Because the people fighting for health care and tenant rights and higher minimum wage and union bargaining power and fucking, they're not terrorists, okay? They are not terrorists. Even people who are socialists and want full socialism are not terrorists, guys, okay? You know, they are not. Canal says, I love Hasan. I don't live in the U.S. I'm not American. I'm in love with Hunter Biden. What do you think about Hunter running for president? So dude, we got 5 minutes, guys. Let's try to get this. I'll talk about Hunter Biden. Dude, we need 26 and 5, guys. Holy shit. So the thing about this is I will say this. I will say that Hunter, I do like him being this, like, whatever, calming influence and shit, but I don't think I would want Hunter Biden for president. I don't know. I'd have to think about that, right? I don't know. Dude, get it? C-Punk, let's go. You know, I mean, there are certain things I like about him, having been a fucking drug addict and him being like a regular guy, but he's, you know, the thing about him is just he was never really like working class. He's kind of like, he's not anything like Trump, but he is like Trump in a way, because or RFK Jr., where he's like a Nepo kid from a really famous family that got to go around and be a drug addict and be a fuck up. And he had pretty much a free get out of jail free card his whole life. And so I don't think any more of those people need to be president. I think those types of people tend to get a little ego driven once they get in there, you know? And I mean, I think I like him. I think he's a great political voice, but I don't know. You know, I don't really want any more Bidens too, but that's just me. You know, that's my own petty shit, right? I would like the family names out. I would like some working class people. I'd really like a working class president, but I do like Hunter Biden. I do. I did not like, though, when he was on the Candace show, I did not like the way he was portraying his dad as some kind of victim of the power set in Washington. That was pretty devious, okay? Because his dad is one of the most entrenched powers in Washington and had been for like 30 years. And for him to like act like his dad was the victim of the power set was pretty underhanded. That was some bullshit. You know, it was. That was some bullshit. His dad was a huge part of the establishment problem. All right, 3 minutes, but we're all imperfect. You know what I'm saying? You like him? I mean, I like him, though. I like his grit. So, but you never know, though. Was Joe wealthy? I mean, Joe is like, he's not like fucking Jeff Bezos wealthy, but dude, he's, you know, been making $180,000 a year for like 40 years, right? And with an ample stock and real estate portfolio, right? So he was wealthy enough, certainly, you know, a millionaire and then some, right? He was not, you know, he was not never like working class during that time. 2 minutes. He wasn't like Bezos wealthy, right? Until after he became VP and shit and like book deals. Now he's like, you know, dick rich. But dude, if you're a senator for 20 years, you are wealthy. You know. But I have my own personal issues. I don't love the Biden family in politics. I don't love the Biden family in politics. You know, yeah, but planetary Joe grew up at a time when working class people could make that transition. You know, dude, yeah, I don't have problems with people being millionaires either. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with people being millionaires. 1 minute, guys. All right, we're gonna have to reset. That's our nightly thing. You know, and I mean, I don't think Joe Biden's a bad guy either. I just feel like, dude, we've had the Biden family, the Trump family, the Bush family, the Kennedy family. Can we get out of these families? You know, like, I'm just tired. All of our presidents, guys, with the exception of Reagan, all of our presidents, with the exception of Reagan and Obama, have been Bushes, right? We got Kennedys, Bushes, fucking Bidens, you know, Trump. I don't want any more like family names. I would like somebody who's not from a long-standing political family. You know, that's what I would want. I want fresh blood. I want no more of that fucking dynasty shit. You know what I mean? All right, so dude, we're gonna reset it though. We got 5. All right, so now we're gonna do the 5 goal. All right, here's what we're gonna do. So we need 25. So we're gonna do 15 and then 10. That's how we'll get it. Dude. But you know, yeah, I think for me, it's like, I really like Hunter Biden as a person, but there's a lot of baggage because of his dad and because of the family and because of the complications that I feel like if Hunter Biden was president, okay, if Hunter Biden was president, all of the baggage of Joe Biden's presidency and everything that went on would be reinfused into our political system. So I think the Trumps, the Kennedys, the Bidens, the Bushes, I think we just need to put all of them behind us. And we need to move on to new ground without, you know, re-injecting these old traumas into the system. You know, that's what I think, what I would like to see. I would like to see people like outside of that. And I mean, if I got my way too, we would not be electing any more Christians or Catholic to office. I know we're never going to get that. But I'd like to get all the religious people out of the government process too. That would be nice. You know what I'm saying? People that aren't, you know, it's weird because it's like my experience, you know what I'm saying? My experience that, so the thing about this though is Amy, nobody's a bouncer, but you can block people and then you don't have to see their chats. And so that kind of is what I would suggest. If you're having an issue with someone, just block them. And then it's over. The issue's over. You don't have to see them. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, you got to realize in chat, people don't have the nuance. Like, people will sometimes go back and forth, but you're not seeing any nuance to shit. And so I don't really ban people unless they're being like rotten, because, you know, miscommunication in chats is pretty common. And, you know, I'm not needlessly throwing people out, but sometimes people brawl. But you have a defense where you just block them and you never have to see their shit again. And then, you know, if you can't work it out, you can just make them go away and then you end it. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how I like to roll. That way, you know, it's like, cause, you know, we don't have to be limited by it. You know what I mean? It's a good thing. It really works, you know. But dude, you don't have to fucking lay into it, you know. I mean, you could, you know, you guys, but people do have disagreements. You know what I'm saying? You know. But yeah, but guys, it's like, you know, it's an online chat, okay? I'm just saying this, that you have to have a thick skin if you're going to be online, okay? You know, because it's an online chat and it's politics. And so people get heated, okay? I get heated all the time. And like, so you gotta expect a little kerfluffling, and people, you know what I'm saying? Like if somebody gets in my replies on Twitter and says, fuck you, political punk, I'm not blocking them. You know, because I'm like, dude, I tell people to fuck you all day long. So when people come and tell me to fuck off, I can't, you know. You know what I mean? I mean, the people that come in and tag me and say, oh, he's a pedophile, those guys, I don't even block them. I just mute them so they can sit in my replies and try to accuse me of being a pedophile all day long with their little buddies. But then I don't have to see their shit. Right? I mean, for me, my sort of red line is if people are like, you know, racist or super fucking nasty, you know? Yeah, but see, 𝗙𝗍cie, dude, I think, like, you know, you can give it a break too. You're just kind of like running with it now, right? People are allowed to have their emotional reaction, okay? You know what I'm saying? You know, and I mean, it's fine for you to not be nice, but you also don't need to relentlessly police somebody's reaction, because people have varying degrees of sensitivity. And so I think it is important to, you know, no matter what you think of somebody, you can just leave them alone too, right? But if somebody is like uncomfortable and you keep pushing their button over and over and over again, that's telling as well. Like, there's no need for that. You can let go too, you know? So I think you should think about that stuff, right? You know, because I mean, I'm not nice a lot of times too, but I also do know when to just, you know, let people have their experience. You know what I mean? I mean, it's true. It's like we get aggressive and it's hot button and shit, you know. But all right, I'm moving on. Thank you though. Dude, yeah, I am feisty. Believe me, dude, if I ever run for office. All right, guys, we're going to go into something funny though, because guys, the funniest shit happened today. Okay, so let me set the stage for this. All right. You know, MAGA, okay? MAGA has their little paid drones. And the number one MAGA show pony is MAGA's token gay, Scott Presler. Okay? You know the guy with the long hair who's always preening around in his cowboy boots, right? Scott Presler, he walks around like, ooh, he's Mr. Ground Game, and he is like bilking Republican super PACs for work he's doing on the ground, but he's essentially not, he's never winning anything for people. He's just taking a bunch of money. And he got thrown out of the Republican Party, his local Republican Party, for having gay sex in like a campaign office. I mean, this guy is a fucking mess. Now, again, we don't care if you're having gay sex, but you can't be having gay sex at the campaign office and expect to keep your job. All right? Right? You can't have straight sex there either, just so you know. It's not a gay thing. But anyway, he has been running around, guys. He has been running around threatening John Thune, okay? The speaker, the Senate majority leader, all right? John Thune, who is not putting up the Save America Act because they don't have 60 votes. They're not going to have 60 votes. And they don't even have the ability to trash the parliamentarian. And they're not going to try and fucking detonate because it's a shitty bill that is trying to defy the Constitution by federalizing elections. And I think everybody knows it's a shitty bill. But the Republicans want to pass it because they want to never lose an election again, even though everyone fucking hates them because they have no policies. So the stage is set. Scott Presler's been making videos running around saying, John Thune, I'm gunning for you. If you don't pass the Save America Act, I'm going to get you unseated or whatever. So tonight, John Thune was having an event in South Dakota and Scott Presler bought a ticket and he got thrown out. They wouldn't let him in. And so he's been making videos all night long. Like, I can't believe I have a ticket. And dude, wait till you see, they're punking him on the video, dude. Watch this. Oh my God. It is like, guys, this is the most satisfying thing I have fucking seen in a long, long time. Okay. Oh, dude, so good. It is so good. Watch this video. Oh my God. So he's been having other people, right? He posted a video and then he's having Anna Paulina, Luna, and Mike Lee and everybody. And they're like, why is Scott Presler being blocked from the South Dakota GOP? And we all know why he's being blocked. He's being blocked because he was threatening the fucking Senate majority leader, thinking he's going to unseat him or some shit. Thinking he can, give him fucking... But watch this video!
Hey guys, this is Scott Presler. I'm here at the South Dakota State Convention. I have a ticket, and they are saying that I can't come in. So, we're gonna find out very shortly why I am not being allowed as one of the biggest supporters of President Donald J. Trump.
I'm big on Facebook too, and I'm the asshole saying you can't come in because guess what? You're posting this little piss and moan session on Facebook. So you just get the hell out of here. Thank
you. You see how the grassroots are welcomed in Senate Majority Leader Thune's territory? Interesting, my friends. I don't think this is a good reflection of the South Dakota GOP. But I thank him for his honesty, though. What's your Matthew Bruner, Sergeant at Arms?
Dude, look at that! Oh my God, dude, he actually was looking a lot like Perry Farrell during most of that, but he is so butthurt. How butthurt was he? Oh, this is how they treat the grassroots. But it's yo. Dude, you've been literally running around online, threatening the job of the most, long-term leader of the Senate of your political party, right? I mean, I get it. Scott Presler on Twitter, he has a bunch of Elon bots in his replies. He probably thinks he is, the king. No, dude, this is real. I mean, that. Now, let's go to Scott Presler's site. Or to his Twitter, because he's been making videos all night, dude. All right? Here's what he said. This is what he posted, right? He said, I'm being pressured to stop talking about the Save America Act. This was like a week ago. And they don't want me to return to South Dakota. I won't be bullied, and I cannot be bought due to these bullying attempts. I'm also looking at coming to Sturgis. Oh, dude, he's going to go to Sturgis now, too. Oh, shit, bro. Here he is, dude. You ready? Watch this.
We didn't take attendance. All we did is take tickets. How can you deny somebody? Okay, then I'll tell you this.
Let's go argue with Senator Thune's staff.
Okay, then I'll tell
Bring
you
them out here. We'll talk to them.
Okay, then you know what? This hits the press as it does, and it's on him. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so I am on record. We have taken no attendance. We only have, if you have a ticket, you get in. He has a ticket. This is on them. It's on the press. Not my problem. My circus, not my monkey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're amazing.
For the record.
Dude, there's somebody there. I guess the ticket taker is like, I'm not responsible. Dude, I think that was the woman who takes the ticket who's like, I don't want to get blamed. Oh, she doesn't want the press to come after her. Dude, you know what's so crazy about this, okay, is that nobody cares about this guy. Like, this guy, Scott Presler, thinks he is like, you know, the Republican operative of the century. He thinks he is like MLK of like the MAGA whispering gay dudes. But like nobody even cares about this guy. This guy is like a Twitter knob is what he is. He's big on Twitter, right? He's a Twitter knob. He's somebody who is huge on Twitter, and he goes on Fox News to fucking, you know, polish Trump's knob. Oh, come here, Trumpy. Oh, that's a good knob. Oh, look at that knob. Yeah. Oh, look at the knob. Whew. Nice knob. I love your knob, Trumpy. Oh, good knob. Right? But what's crazy about him is in the political world, he's actually like nothing. You know, he doesn't win elections. His big claim to fame was during the 2024 election, he would register voters in Pennsylvania. That's what he did. That's what he did. He went to swap meets and gun shows and fucking chili cook-offs, and he registered voters so they could ballot harvest later, right, in Pennsylvania. That was his thing. But he has been making videos. Look at him, dude. He has like 100 videos, boss. Look at this. Chairman Jim Eschenbaum confirmed that Thune asked me not to attend this event.
You say, did John Thune specifically ask that Scott Presler not attend this event?
Yes.
Okay, is John Thune a member of the convention committee?
No.
So how does he have the authority to remove people from events?
He has a nice thing. He has a...
Please let Scott Presler in.
He has a lot of security in there, and
Is Mr. Presler considered a security threat?
not to me, but I'm not going to go in there and argue with the Secret Service.
Oh,
Thank you, James.
dude, let's go. Oh, they labeled him a security threat. I mean, that's a smart move, right? He's been threatening Thune. That's actually a smart move. Label him a security threat so Secret Service won't let him in. But dude, they're like, please let Scott Presler in. Dude, they're asking to speak to everyone's manager. This is so enjoyable. I don't know, guys. I find this, maybe I'm petty, but I find this to be so enjoyable. Just watching him squirm, right? Dude, and then all the you know, Mike Lee is like, oh, they won't let him in. Dude, here he was beforehand taking his picture with the ticket. Look at him. This is before the crash. Dude, that guy's like, I'm not going to go argue with the Secret Service. Dude, oh no, I guess that is actually after the crash. Never mind. As after the crash. Dude, oh, here he is. Oh, yeah, this is...
Hey everybody, this is Scott Presler. I made it here to South Dakota and I'm heading over to the dinner right now. I'll let you guys know how it goes.
Dude. Hello, this is Scott Presler. I've been banned. Dude, he is so funny. He is so funny. Look at him. I'm not here in South Dakota for fun. I'm here to be your voice. He's like, what message would you like me to give at the South Dakota State Convention, right? He's got his press pass. Look at him. He's all excited. He's got his press pass. Ooh, what messages do you want me to give? I'm here to be your voice. And then he's like, they won't allow me in. Dude, they won't let me into John Thune's dinner. And then he's like, I got an intro video. Then he's like, I got the long video. If you know anyone in South Dakota, please show them this video. Dude, he does have a little bit of Fabio, right? Is he trying to piss off Trump? No. I think he is in this thing like Trump is mad at John Thune too, okay? Because John Thune doesn't have the votes to pass his stupid SAVE Act. So Trump is mad at John Thune, but like John Thune is above Trump in a way, guys, because Trump will be out of office before John Thune comes up for election again. And that's essentially how it works, guys, if you look at government. So, I mean, and maybe you've never looked at it this way, but a president serves 4 years, which means every president, the entire Congress, will have 2 elections in that time. So the congressmen in the House are very concerned about their relationship with the president and the party if the president has power, because they have to get elected twice without him ruining their career. Okay, now the senators have 6-year terms. So if a president gets elected the same year you get elected in the Senate, you're immune to the president because he will be gone. You know, you won't be up for election 2 years after he's gone. Okay, so senators can do a lot more pushback against the president because, especially if their staggered thing puts them outside. And when the president is in the second term, and if, you know, he's going to be out in 28 and you're not up until 2030, you can tell Trump to fuck off and there's nothing he can do to fucking harm you. So there is this is why the Senate is like particularly troublesome for the president, because they can't really influence most of the Senate. And you know, so John Thune does not have to bend over for Trump at all, right? And so Trump doesn't love that, but Trump doesn't want John Thune to be completely mad at him, because John Thune can sink his judicial nominations and shit like that too, right? You don't think the president is leaving? I think the president is leaving. I don't think Trump has the guts to not leave, Marauder. I mean, I think Trump talks about it, but I think at his heart, Trump is an actual pussy. Like, Trump is a big talker, but when push comes to shove and the whole world is like fighting with him and shit, he's a pussy. All right. So I don't think he has the stones to actually do it. Right. I don't think he has the stones. I think he would love to, but I think he's a weakling. Okay. He's not a brutally aggressive. He's just a talker. And so I think he could be forced out even if he tried to stay. Right. Because he's more, even with the insurrectionists, he's more like, oh, I'm going to sort of tell them to do it, and then I'm going to run away, and then I'm going to pretend like I had nothing to do with it, and they're all going to go to jail, right? Even with that, you know, he fucked them all over, dude. Right? Dude, he is a fucking bitch, dude. Dude, he is. Dude, but yeah. I'm not too worried. I mean, if he locks himself in the bunker, we'll just seal that shit up, boss. All right? And right? We'll seal that shit up. But dude, 𝗪𝗏𝗍 though, look at him. Yeah, I don't think he's going to have the physical stamina to do it. All right, so here he is. Look at him. Oh my God, dude. Look at him. Look at him. He says, inside the dinner, I was denied entry. They had a picture of me on the table. Look at that, dude. He is like, look at him. He's now fucking.
So this is James Bialato with Dead On, where it looks like there's a memorandum with Scott Presler's picture on the first table to identify him at the door to prevent him from entering.
Yeah, no shit, bro. Like, dude, that's how you do it. If they don't want him in there, here's what he looks like. This guy's a threat. Security alert. Don't let him in. Dude, these guys, it's like, you know what's funny? Is think about this. This is the party that talks about common sense, but they're acting like, oh, deep state, secret mission. It's like, yo, dude, we would do this at bars. If we're having a special event and there's somebody we need to keep out, you fucking put a Polaroid or some shit of them up next to the fucking cooler and like, don't let this guy in. Or we just 86. We would have an 86 list of people. And if you don't know them, you have to like show them what they look like. It's like, come on, bro. You know, like, dude, these guys, they're like, oh no. Oh, they had a picture.
This is the doors at the Rushmore Hall.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Where Scott Presler was denied access to a ticketed event because John Thune said so.
Dude, that's so funny. Dude, I love that. With the shaky camera, these are the doors of like some orange blobs of the Rushmore fucking ballroom where Scott Presler, dude, was denied entry. Oh, wait, where? Oh, there's the doors. Oh, there we go. Dude, what a bunch of gomers. But yeah, man. Oh, that was so satisfying. I want to watch the original video again because afterwards, after the guy says, I'm big on Facebook too, and I'm the asshole who's not letting you in, dude, he is so hurt, bro. Dude, I know they're peering through the window, through the fucking, it's like the windows with the lines over the glass. They're peering in there like, oh, there's an image. Dude. Dude, I want to see him butthurt again.
Scott Presler, I'm here at the South Dakota State Convention. I have a ticket, and they are saying that I can't come in. So we're going to find out very shortly why I am not being allowed as one of the biggest supporters of President Donald J. Trump.
I'm big on Facebook too, and I'm the asshole saying you can't come in because guess what? You're posting this little piss and moan session on Facebook. So you just get the hell out of here. Thank you.
You see how the grassroots are welcomed in Senate Majority Leader Thune's territory. Interesting, my friends.
Dude, he's totally gonna cry. He is. You see how the grassroots are welcomed? Interesting.
I don't think this is a good reflection of the South Dakota GOP.
Dude, I don't think the South Dakota GOP cares what kind of fucking impression you have of them, dude. Dude, like you are a voter registration guy who walks around at swap meets trying to get hillbillies to fucking sign a voter registration card, dude.
But I thank him for his honesty, though. What's your Matthew Bruner?
Dude, this guy has zero political power. Zero political power, dude. Zero. Okay, this would be like me showing up at the governor of Oregon and being like, Tina Kotek won't let me into her fucking dinner tonight. Dude, so funny. All by himself. All right, dude, let's go. Hold on. I forgot about the fucking dance party, guys. My bad. All right, let me get the fucking dance party shit going. I completely bailed, dude. All right. So we need 25. All right, we're going to go, we're going to get the 20, and then we're going to get to 5. Oh, dude, so satisfying, boss. It really is. Dude, 1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. 1 is the loneliest number. 1 is the loneliest number. 1 gay dude in the MAGA party can't get into South Dakota dinner because John Thune said, goodbye, Scott Presler. Goodbye, Scott Presler. We love your 𝗍𝗑𝗏𝗽, not really, but you can go piss off. Cause John Thune's the man here, and at you we all scoff. So Scotty Presler, big on Facebook. In real life, you're just adult. So we're going to send you packing like a little colt. Dude, his conditioner budget. Dude, we back on the clock. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Dude, Jamie, let's go. Dude, now the counter's not working. What the fuck, bro? All right, dude. We'll fucking count it manually, boss. We'll get it. Dude, what the fuck is going on, bro? Oh, dude, YouTube is killing me. I'm a poet. I'm pretty good at, like, on-the-spot poetry. Dude, Amy! Let's go! You're amazing, Amy! I owe you one chat. Good times. Dude, we love you, Amy. I'm sorry that you were fucking getting some grief, but it's all good. We fucking... Dude, we grieve. We have grief sometimes, unfortunately, in this political realm. Thank you so much, boss. Appreciate you. Dude, politics is hard, man. People get scuffed. Dude, I get blocked all the time. Sometimes I get blocked because I deserve it, but sometimes I get blocked just because I'll call somebody a fucking prick. And they'll block me, and I'm like, oh, shit, because some people are really sensitive to that. Dude. And I mean, I'm not. I'm, like, less sensitive to the cursing and shit like that. Let's go. Dude, people are salty. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Like, everybody, you know what it is? Everybody relates to the internet differently. Okay? Some people treat the internet where it's like Vegas. Everything that happens there stays there. And some people treat the internet like they're talking to their close friends and family. And so, like, there's just a... it's like, it's a town square that everybody relates to in a very different way. Dude, 𝗙𝗎𝗆𝗏, why did Strawberry cry? He was in a jam. Let's go. Dude, did I do the right? Oh, shit. Wait. I think I did the wrong. Oh, did I do the wrong one? Wait, is this teal? I think I may have done the wrong one. Oh, all right. Hold on. So, dude, we got, I think I did the wrong size. I did the $5 or more, which is why certain ones are registering and certain ones aren't. Hold on. Let me see here. Dude, I'm so lost, guys. I only got 3 hours of sleep last night, so... Ah. Okay. Oh, no. So that's the right one. All right. So, yeah. So, there we go. That one makes 16. Let's go, baby. 16. All right. I still don't know why it's not giving me the fucking answer. Let's see here. Let's go, baby. Hold on one sec. Counter. I know the counter is fucking bunk. Okay, no. I did the right one. All right, the counter's just broken. That's all right. Let's go. Dude, I love that for Scott Presler. Love that. All right, let's look at Trump's big thing, guys. Because today, Trump, of course, was going on a bender. Let's go to his Truth Social. All right. Donald J. Trump. Look at what Trump posted today on Truth Social. Okay. All right. We have two things to look at, guys. So look at what, there's his big post on Truth Social today, guys. All right. This is Trump's big post here. He says, the communists are finally making their move. I've been waiting and preparing for this for a long time. It's easy to be a communist, he says. All you have to do is say, I'll give you everything, but that means you're taking it away from others that have earned it. Over thousands of years, that ideology has not worked once. The game is on. Enjoy watching President Donald J. Trump. Now, I would like to note a few things here, guys. The first thing I would like to note is how this word is meaningless to these assholes. How Donald Trump literally uses the word communist like all the fucking time, indiscriminately. He called Kamala Harris a communist, fascist, socialist, Marxist. Remember? Socialist, Marxist, fascist, communist. Like, he literally, every time he spoke about her, he rattled off all four of those. And he has no fucking idea what any of them mean. Okay? Dude, none. All right? He has like zero idea of what that word means at all. It is a word that he literally just uses to describe anybody who's against him. Right? Anybody who's a left-winger is a communist or a Marxist or a socialist, okay? Now, secondly, there's never been an instance of actual communism, okay? I don't think there's even been a legitimate instance of socialism, all right? Now, I will say this. I will say that several countries in South America have tried socialism, but the United States has always gone in there and like fucked with it. So that is unusual, because if socialism was really this guaranteed to fail thing, you do have to wonder why the United States has consistently meddled in every socialist country, like big meddling. Okay. We have made a long history of any time anyone on the fucking the American hemisphere, anytime somebody in the Americas does socialism, the U.S. goes in there and tries to crash it out. Now, what we've seen thus far, I feel like in the world where there's been socialism, was actually like a dictator controlling several prominent government industries, but it was more like a family that was just running a country and more like an authoritarian dictatorship than actual socialism, because it was never an instance where the people had stake in those companies. It was more like everybody was poor, but the government people, okay? And that's kind of been the version of communism that gets tossed around too. A very fake sort of authoritarian kind of, Now, if you go to, the Scandinavian countries, they do really well over there. And they have a capitalism with socialist strategies that does really well, right? Dude, 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 says, after listening to you talk about your massages, I finally got one. I loved it. Let's go, 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Let's go. Dude, they're so good. All right, guys, 3 minutes. 15, guys, 15. That means 15. We still have 5 to do. So that means we have 20 total, right? Just so you know. We're gonna be back on, because we had to get 25. And so just so you know, I'm not elevating the count. Right now, we're actually, with the other 5, we're actually at 20 total, because we've gotten 5 of the 25. Dude, let's go. There we go, dude. Let's go. Ethan, 19, baby. Let's go. Let's go. But dude, yes. So socialism absolutely works. Okay, it does. 𝗙𝗋𝗆𝗆, did it count? Let's go. Dude, yeah, that one, I think that one did count, 𝗙𝗋𝗆𝗆. Yeah, it's counting the green ones, but it's not counting the teal for whatever reason. But now we're at 18. Let's go, baby. Dude, let's get 3 more so we can at least just do an even 15, then it'll be easy. But guys, so when you think about it, I mean, Canada, fucking Europe, Scandinavian countries, they have absolutely varying degrees of socialism that look like, higher taxes, but access to free education. They have social safety nets that prevent you from getting homeless. They have socialized medical care. And I mean, dude, we have socialism elements here with the highways, the roads, the fucking, the police department, the fire department, the libraries, the national parks, beaches. I mean, we have plenty of socialist things here, water fountains, and so this idea though that there's I don't know. For me, guys, you know what bothers me about this is the focus on the isms, because let me just give you a rundown, okay? We're in a world where we watched a fucking genocide. We've been fueling like a Middle Eastern war machine through either ourselves or Israel for like 50 fucking years. We're $40 trillion in debt, okay? We're running out of money for what social programs we do have, and they're getting cut. People getting thrown off healthcare. Many, many million, tens of millions of people in America don't have adequate healthcare. We have people that are undernourished. People are struggling to pay rent. Prices are escalating. Gas prices are fluctuating and making and breaking people. Record amount of credit card debt, like weak job creation, okay? Farm foreclosures, housing foreclosures, people getting behind on auto payments. Meanwhile, we have a trillionaire, okay, who became a trillionaire on a company that has lost $40 billion, okay? So we are in a fucking pickle, people, and we're arguing about isms. And it's like, yo, dude, we're arguing about isms. No, we're like 39.3, but we're going to be 40 trillion by the end of the year. All right, guys, let's go. This one's running out. Where are we at? We're at 18. All right. So we need 18, guys. You ready? I'm resetting it. We need 18, 17. Let's go. The communism scare is here until November. Yes. No, this is going to be the thing they're going to do. The communism, right? They're going to say, oh, they're going to pull some interracial shit to try and win black voters, right? I mean, you can see that they're going to lay heavy into this. But like, bro, we are so struggling right now, guys. And yet we want to argue about isms. Like, dude, socialist strategies are beneficial for the public. And so we should institute some of them. Okay, now what's wild about this, guys, hold on, let me get this thing going. I'm just going to set it for another 20 because I can't do 18. And then we can stop at 18. All right. So, there we go. There we go. Resetting. 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 Oh, see, no, it was teal. That's why it, dude, the fucking AI lied to me, boss. It was set for the wrong ones. It was set for the $5. That was my bad. That's why the counter didn't work. I fucked it up, guys. I'm so sorry, dude. I only had 3 hours of sleep last night. So I'm like an idiot right now. You're going to have to excuse me. I'm not my fucking self. All right, so we need 18. But yeah, guys, so what's odd about this is the same Donald Trump who's talking about communism is also he's taking percentage of U.S. companies. Anything to avoid the e-fines? Let's go, baby! Dude, the counter's not working again. That's all right. Dude, we got this. There are only 100 musks worth of money on Earth. So now we're down to 16, guys. Dude, fuck the counter, bro. Dude, I give up on the counter. All right. But, so look at this. So the Trump administration has acquired direct equity stakes and profit sharing in numerous U.S. corporations. They've done it in Intel. They've done it in rare earth producer MP Materials and Lithium Americas. Okay. They have equity agreements with Trilogy Metals and Westinghouse Electric. They've done it with AI, OpenAI and Anthropic, although they had a falling out there, right? So you know what I'm saying? And dude, Trump himself has $750 million in securities tied to U.S. corporations. So dude, what they're doing here is he's literally doing socialism, okay? Like government ownership of the companies while he's tweeting about communism. Isn't that crazy? And Steph, I do pick all colors. It's not working, right? It's sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't work. Right now, it's not working. Yeah, so that's ironic, isn't it? Okay? That Trump is talking about communism while simultaneously everything he's actually doing is he's being a socialist communist himself. Let's see if we can find him. Let's get a clip of this dumb shit. All right? Dude, what a fucking loser, bro. Dude, Trump. Oh yeah, dude, he's got his stock portfolio is insane, guys. I know, socialism is not communism. Dude, communism has never existed, okay? Communism, I mean, if communism existed, guys, it was on like hippie communes, okay? Seriously, if communism existed, it was hippie communes that were doing it, or some type of, you know, like living off the land group, right? It has never been instituted in a government role. Like there are authoritarian governments that call themselves communism that have a bunch of like state-run shit, but that's not actual communism. Like actual communism is like a collective where you are participatory and you're not hoarding, okay? You're taking what you need and fucking putting in. You know what I'm saying? Right? Yeah, no, it is. It is like what Marauder said. It's weird how politicians don't balance a budget, but they become insanely rich. And this is what's odd about the U.S. government right now, is it almost seems like they've done to the U.S. government what they've done to corporations, which is to saddle the corporation with debt while extracting all the wealth out of it, and everyone's walking away rich. And that's really what it seems like is going on right now. You know, that our leaders have just saddled the U.S. with debt while they have extracted all this wealth out of the stock market and shit. And the nation is going to be left holding the bag. And now the thing about this is like this debt is preventing us from, like, I don't know, it feels like it's preventing us from taking big chances in other, like we could be incurring debt to do shit other than keeping our head above water. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem is the problem is we have, right now we're literally, our country is just struggling to keep the lights on. Okay. Because of that debt, we can't even expand. Dude, where do we not have a good quote of Trump? Oh my God, dude. Look at his hands, bro. You like the hair? Thank you. Guys, look at his fucking hands, dude. What the fuck? Look at it. Look at his fucking, look at that shit. They are like necrotic. That is crazy, dude. Just, I mean, dude, what quote of Trump? I'm looking for video, Natalie, where he's talking about communism. Recently, I found the tweet where he tweeted about it, but I was just wondering if he had spoken about the, Chevalier or any of the new Mamdani people, now that he's talking about communism. I was wondering if he had spoken about it on video. I have not been able to find anything. I don't know that he has. He hasn't really been very talkative today. But dude, his hands though, he does not look like, this is gnarly. It's getting bad, bro. It is like leprosy looking bad. Crazy, dude. Yeah. Okay, what is this? All right, let's see.
Why does President Trump keep blindsiding Republicans on a number of legislative issues, including this morning's signing?
I would call it a blindside. He's been saying consistently for months that the Save America Act is a top priority. I talked to him about it this morning, an hour before he made that announcement. I convinced him that I thought that the House fulfills his priorities and it's good policy. I needed time to go through with him the great policies and the changes we made from the original Senate bill, which was not a great product, what finally passed is.
But isn't this this unhelpful?
I think it'll delay the signing, but I think we get it done.
Dude, what an these guys are such ass kissers. Dude, they had a setup for the signing of the bill, guys. They literally had a special area set up with cameras for the signing of the housing bill, a big victory. And then Trump at the last minute says, oh, I'm not going to sign it unless you do the SAVE Act, even though it's literally theater. In 10 days, that bill becomes law if Trump doesn't sign it, or he can veto it, but it passed with like 90% of the House and shit. Okay? So, like, it's so dumb, dude. He's just throwing a temper tantrum and trying to manipulate shit and trying to drum everybody up because, like, you know, the Save America Act talking about, like, oh shit, if you don't vote, like, Democrats are going to cheat. Like, he is desperately trying to find some measure of excitement for his political party's voters because they've all gotten their dicks kicked into the dirt, dude. Like, he is fucked up so bad that every one of them, every single Trump voter has gotten shit on. You know, they have. Dude, John Jefferson, let's go, baby. Thank you, boss. Dude, let's go, guys. We got 5 minutes. 20 and 5, guys. It's go time, boss. All right, let's look at Trump communism. What do we got? Oh, yeah, here we go.
Endorsement of Zohran Mamdani means more than the endorsement of 𝗙ηκε🗵🗪.
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you know, you talk about the Democrat socialists. You took really, it's really communist. That's these people. I watched that woman last night. That's not a socialist. I know socialists. That woman is a communist. And, you know, what they don't say is that I was 16-0 last night. But mine were a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives, but we were 16-0. And if you look over the last 2.5 years, we're about 347 and just about 0. That's pretty good. But
dude, he just pulled some number out of his ass, bro. 347. Dude, look at him. Dude, he is a despicable fucking... He's like a human shit choked with a tie, dude. Give me a break. Just about, 377.7 and 4. Just about, Dude, let's go, shiz! Let's go! Let's go, guys. We are 19, baby. The counter is working. 19 away, guys. 19. 19 and 3, boss. Let's get it. Let's secure the dance. But, dude... the gold looks so cheesy too. Everything about this guy is like fucking 𝗪𝗼 Hitler, bro. Everything about this guy is just low grade, degenerate filth. Like cheap bronzer, cheap gold, cheap fucking hair spray, cheap fucking hair implants, cheap looking suit, cheap shoes. Fucking 𝗪𝗼 Hitler with fucking orange butt paste smeared all over his face. Like, what a fucking idiot. And he's like, oh, she's not a socialist. I saw her last night on the TV. Oh, that's a communist.
Nobody writes that. But he picked 3. They won. They beat a guy named Dan Goldman, who's, you know, a loser. He was one of my prosecutors, one of my many prosecutors that they used on me. Dan Goldman, not a good prosecutor, fortunately. But he's now looking for a job. I was very surprised to see, you know, because he's a pretty liberal guy. When they go more liberal than Dan Goldman, they're really into Never Never Land.
Does this tell you that the Democratic Party's...
Dude, I want to see... Dude, Jamie, let's go! All right, let's go 18, baby! Dude, he is happy about Dan Goldman. That was Brad Lander who beat Dan Goldman, but I want to see him talk about her again, dude, about Chevelier.
𝗙ηκε🗵🗪.
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you know, you talk about the Democrat socialists you took, really, it's really communist. That's these people. I watched that woman last night.
That woman.
That's not a socialist. I know socialists. That woman is a communist.
Dude, what a dink, bro. Oh, that woman. I saw that woman. That woman. I know a socialist. That is not a socialist. That is a communist. Dude, I don't even, Voldemort, I don't even want to say it. I'm afraid if I say it, like Stalin's penis will launch out of the fireplace and spear me. Dude, 𝗙𝗵𝗆, let's go, guys. Dude, we are at 17, baby. Come on, 1 minute, dude. We can hit this right now. Let's get it. We don't even have to reset. We just hit 17 right now, baby. Dude, we're going to watch the longer clip. I'm enjoying watching Trump. Oh, I know a communist. Dude, Trump knows how to identify communists like better than anybody, right? Doesn't he? He's like that woman. I bet you he could not pronounce her name. We will never see him say Chevalier. I guarantee you, he will never say Darializa Avila Chevalier. We will never hear, he's going to call her that woman. He's going to call her like, he won't call her Chevy because that would be too fucking, MAGA approved, right? He'll call her that French woman, or he'll probably call her Haitian or something. They were lying about her being Haitian. Like that was another thing that they were trying to do on the campaign in addition to making a big deal about the 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗍 tweet that she had deleted and apologized for. They were also like making a big deal, lying about her being Haitian so they could tie her into their phony, like Haitian, like voodoo, nasty shit that they've been doing since 2024. I mean, it was a dirty campaign, dude. And she fucking kicked the shit out of them. I love her. I am like so excited. Like I've not been as excited about a candidate like that since AOC, man. Dude, let's go. All right, so we're at 17, so we're at 15, guys. 350, is that enough, dude? That's always enough. Dude, $5 to clean the Black Lagoon reflecting swamp and for above ground pool on the White House lawn. Let's go. All right, dude, we're doing the final reset, guys. The final reset, we're now 15 away. We fucking got this, boss. Final reset. This is it, though. I'm doing 15 and 15. And then we're gonna move along like good old fucking, good old biddies. Dude, let's go. I like the Black Lagoon, dude. Creature from the Black Lagoon. Like, I love that. Love that movie. That was so good, dude. One of my favorite movies when I was a kid. All right, here we go. 15. Light blue and higher, right? That is, all the colors. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Oh, I get it. All the colors then does the $1 ones. Oh, I get it. I always go light blue and higher. All right, I see what you're saying, Steph. So I don't do all the colors. I always do the $2 or higher. Yeah, I see what's going on. Yeah, no, I like the light blue and higher, actually. I like that counting toward the goal. But you were right. I was wrong. Dude, Stephanie was right that I don't do all the colors. Because capitalism, right? Dude, man's got to eat. Dude, man's got to fucking survive, right? Oh, shit. Dude, I love all the colors, but we are light blue and higher here in the fucking punk goal. But this is it, guys. We're getting it. 15 away, 15 minutes. We got this. All right, we got a longer clip here of Trump talking about fucking that woman. All right, here we go. You ready? Let's see Trump regale us, dude. What a fucking dink, bro. Dude, it's really communist. Oh, it's really communist. He knows communists, right? Right?
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists you took, really, it's really communist. That's these people. I watched that woman last night. That's not a socialist. I know socialists. That woman is a communist. And what they don't say is that I was 16-0 last night.
Oh yeah.
But Mine were a little more boring, a little more mainstream.
Dude, yeah, look at him. He's like, let's talk about me. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about you. You're Epstein's best friend, rapist, 34 times felon, that is just gutting the world economy, polishing Netanyahu's knob, and incapable of even fixing a reflecting pool. So nobody cares about your pissant Bible-banging wins in backwoods America, where a bunch of inbreds voted in some Bible-humping dude named fucking, Slim, right? Some 280-pound dude named Slim. Shut the fuck up.
They were Republican conservatives, but we were 16-0. And if you look over the last 2.5 years, we're about 347 and just about 0.
Yeah, 347.
But nobody writes that.
Yeah.
But
nobody writes it because it's fucking bullshit.
Picked 3. They won. They beat a guy named Dan Goldman, who's, a loser. He was one of my prosecutors, one of my many prosecutors that they used on me. Dan Goldman, not a good prosecutor, fortunately, but he's now
not a good prosecutor.
looking for a job. I was very surprised to see, because he's a pretty liberal guy. When they go more liberal than Dan Goldman, they're really into Neverland.
Oh, yeah.
Does this tell you that the Democratic Party's 2028 nominee will likely be, or could likely be, a Democratic socialist?
Well, it should make it easier for Republicans, because most of the nation is composed of sane people. They don't want to... if you look throughout history, go back thousands of years, you've always had socialism and communism by different names. It's never ever worked. It's not going to work this time.
Dude, democratic socialism works. And the countries that are using democratic socialism have the longest life expectancies, the highest quality of living, right? You know what I'm saying? Literally, every country that has democratic socialism has a better quality of life than what we have here in America. I mean, this guy doesn't know. If you said define communism, he wouldn't be able to do it, guys. Okay? He would not be able to define communism. I would love to see a reporter say, Mr. Trump, I heard you talking about how you recognize that woman was not a socialist, but she's a communist. Can you tell us real quick what is a socialist and what is a communist? How can we spot the differences? Dude, I would kill for somebody to ask him that question. Please tell us, Mr. Trump, right? Tell us. Dude, he would spontaneously combust. Bring a fire extinguisher when you ask him that shit. Because homie's gonna blow up. He's gonna burn to the ground, dude. You're so good at spotting the difference. Please tell us how you do it. Tell us what it is. Dude, what the fuck, bro? I know. Yes. I mean, it's real simple. I like what Canal said. Look at that. Canal says, Jesus fucking Christ, Americans, just reinvest the money back into your society. That's really it. You don't have to call it anything. Okay, let's let American workers enjoy some of the stock profits from the companies that they're generating wealth in. Okay, let the American workers, more than just the tiny bit in their little 401ks that they have to wait 50 fucking years if they live that long to cash in. Let them enjoy some of the stock profits and dividends of the companies they're working in, because they're generating the wealth, and then get them healthy, give them access to mental health care, make sure that as much education as they want, you got it. There's no barriers to health care or education. No barriers. All right? That's real simple. And then if there are neighborhoods that are impoverished, invest some money into things that reduce crime, libraries, after-school programs, sporting leagues, fucking, feeding the kids at schools, parks, right? You know what I'm saying? Clean up the areas that with things that actually reduce crime instead of the policing and the tanks and the battering rams and the path to slavery inside the penitentiary. You know, it's not fucking rocket science. And you can call it anything. Dude, we can call it fucking Trumpism. I don't care. Like, literally, dude, I would call it fucking Trumpism if we would do some of that shit. I don't even care what it's called. Like, name it after this fucking piece of shit. When he hits a pine box, we'll fucking change the name. I don't care. I would make any deal out there to reinvest some money. Instead of buying the billionaires a stadium, put some parks in the poor neighborhoods. Yeah, dude, we can call it TDS. Trump don't do socialism, right? We can call it fucking penisism for all I care. Dude, let's go. Dude, where's the quote of the liar? We got 8 minutes, guys. 15 and 8. Who called him a liar to the face, Vero? Let's get the link to that. Dude, let's go. This is the last chance to dance, guys. We got 8 minutes, and we need 15, baby. This is it. Our last chance, because I have a dentist fucking appointment, so I'm not going to fucking chase it all night. We can do this, baby. Dude, oh shit. Dude, 14, there it is. Let's go. There it is, and the counter's even working, dude. 𝗙𝗵𝗆, yes. Counter's working. 14, baby. Light blue or higher. We got this. Oh shit. Dude, yeah, Trump doesn't know fucking communism, dude. He doesn't know shit. He doesn't know shit. Yeah, dude, we're going to make this dance party happen. Now, you may have seen this, okay? You may have seen this, that, so the Postmaster General is trying to say he's not going to deliver ballots, all right? I mean, we're having an election battle. Dude, Jason's Australiana. Shrimp on the barbie. Let's go. We got shrimp on the barbie. There has been a little fucking kerfluffle going on with the elections where, you know, Donald Trump wants to pass the SAVE Act, which is not voter ID. It is the federalizing of elections. Okay, right now, elections are run by the states. The federal government has access to none of their information. They don't touch the voter rolls. They can't get involved. Okay, and this is in the Constitution. What Trump is trying to do is he is trying to take federal control of the state election rolls, where he will have all the names on the rolls. They can then, whatever, purge people, require people to be purged. I don't know, hunt them down, whatever, cross-reference them. And right? He wants to have his government have control of all 50 states' voter data. And guys, that's just never going to fucking happen. Okay? It is never going to happen. It is constitutionally forbidden. Now, I know these fucking guys are going to try every angle to get to the Supreme Court and have some bullshit announcement. Dude, let's go, dude. 𝗙𝗵𝗆. Choo, choo, choo. There we go, baby. And, dude, Amy, Trump on the bobby. All right, but that's actually now, there it is. We got 11 left, guys. We got this. Dude, we got Trump on the bobby and choo, choo, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Dude, let's get a Paula for moral support. Oh. Sakatada. But again, dude, this shit is not going to happen. Right, dude? Katie Mullins, yes. Reinvest in the people. What a wonderful thought, dude. Jason's Australiana. One more shrimp on the fucking bobby. All right, guys. We are now 9 away, baby. And then there were 9. 9 and 4. Dude, 8 and 4, dude. Jason's shrimp on the bobby. 8 away, baby. 8. Let's go. Can Paula be fixed? I don't know, man. You can try. You should go look her up, dude. You should go ask her if she'll, like, help you get saved. Dude, TDS, Trump diarrhea, senilism. Dude, Bush Raider, let's go. Shrimp on the bobby, and then there was 7. 7, baby. Let's go. One more Paula. Hey! Dude, she's pretty beat now, boss. She is. She's had too many years of grifting and too much contact with Trump. I think she's pretty gnarled. I think the Paula White years were like 10 years ago was the time to fucking get up in those DMs. I think now she's pretty grizzled, dude. Dude, that like grifting ages people. Okay? A reporter calling Trump a liar to his face. This is old though. Is there something new? Do we have, is there a new one or is this the one that you were talking about? Dude, 7 away, guys. 7-3, baby. Let's get it 6. Dude, Will, let's dance. Dude, we are going to dance, boss. We will it, dude. Let's go. 6 away, baby. 6-3. 6-3. We got this. Dude, we got this. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, so Trump is trying the end arounds, guys. Okay? Dude, 5 away dance. Let's go. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪𝗏, baby. We are now 5 away, boss. That is from 2020. Okay. So we're gonna look at this Trump bit too about where is it? This one. Okay? Because you like the A? Yeah, no, she's good. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. 5-2, baby. This is it. We're gonna hit this first. I don't want to miss this timer. We got 2 minutes. We got 5 to go. That means we need 2.5 per minute. So we got to focus up. I'm gonna get us a little fucking eucalyptus here. Get a little scent going, dude. 150, guys. Oh shit, dude. It's gonna be close. 5 away. And then there were 5. Dude, 130 and 4 away. Eye of the Tiger. Let's go, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆. Then there were 4, boss. Oh, shit, dude. 4. 4, dude. 1 minute. 4 in 1 minute. Backs against the wall. Shit, dude. Dude, now it's fucking, now we're in stress city. We are in the stress zone. Oh shit, dude. All right, dude, final minute. Just watching this shit tick down. Dude, all right, 3 away. Let's go, dude. Shiz. 2 away. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆, let's go. Oh. And then there were 2. 2 remain, guys. Oh, shit. 40 seconds. Down to the wire. Is it happening? I think it's happening. Dude, people just wait until the last possible minute. Oh, we got this. Let's go, Will. Now I'm not worried. Now I know we got it. And there it is. Oh, yes. Dude, Jason's Australiana with the shrimp on the bobby. And 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆 with the finish line. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Dude, once it gets down to 1, dude, I knew we were golden. Dude, it's absolutely happening. It is. So, anyway, back to this fucking Trump shit. All right? Let's watch this. All right, here we go.
If a state... All
right, you ready? Here.
If a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal route?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the, if a state refuses
So that's the play that they're trying to come up with. Dude, fuck Trump. Yes, Bush Raider. So, because they don't have the votes in the Senate for the SAVE Act, which would federalize these voter lists. So they can't do it. So what Trump's next move is this particular thing where Trump basically said, okay, if you don't give us the voter rolls, if you don't give us the manifest, the list of all the voters, the U.S. Postal Service will not deliver anybody ballots. Okay? So that's what he is trying to do to end around. He is using the U.S. Postal Service as his own personal, like, fucking blackmail machine to try and blackmail blue states into divulging voter information, which, dude, nobody wants to give. No Democrats anywhere want to give a fucking Trump's federal government their voter information because you know they're going to fuck with it. Dude, 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪👏. Now, this thing already got, but guys, this thing already got clipped. Okay, it did. It already got clipped today. Let's see. Right? It is. Right? So the postmaster said he's not going to do this. All right? And then it said judge blocks Trump's order to impose new limits on mail-in voting. So a judge already fucking blocked this shit. All right? Right? So here's Trump's little thing. This was from a day ago.
Take some time and I'll make this signature absolutely perfect. So it looks very
So
good.
he did in an executive order. Essentially what's happening, to put it lightly, is Trump is signing an executive order that would override the U.S. Constitution and use a federal agency that he does not run in order to blackmail states into complying with his Constitution-breaking fucking executive order because he thinks he can just shit on the Constitution and force everybody to do his bidding because he doesn't want to lose an election because he is that unpopular. Dude, Trump and GOP can suck balls. I agree. All right, so here he is. Here's his little thing.
Take some time and I'll make this signature absolutely perfect. So it looks very good.
Oh, good signature. Perfect signature.
So far, so good.
What a loser. This guy's such a piece of shit. Oh, he can sign his name.
So that's a big deal. Very proud of it. And I don't know how it can be challenged. You'll probably challenge it. You may find a rogue judge. You get a lot of rogue judges. Very bad people, very bad judges. But that's the only way that can be changed. And hopefully we'll win an appeal if it is. But I don't see how anybody can challenge it. I don't see how they can challenge it.
Yeah, there's a thing called the Constitution. Okay? Now, right? And here we go, right? So literally it happened the same day, okay? The same day the court permanently enjoins defendants except President Trump from implementing or enforcing of the executive order against ballot receipt states or otherwise taking any action to enforce a ballot receipt deadline of election day against the ballot receipt states. So, in other words, you like the federal government does not get to control how the states run the elections. That's it. That's it. They can pass federal laws with 60 votes in the Senate, okay? But short of passing a federal law with 60 votes in the Senate, there is no way to do reconciliation with this, okay? They cannot add this. Let me find an official statement here. They cannot, okay? They cannot add it to a financial bill and, right? They can't add it to a budget and add this type of law, okay? There's no way for them to pass a law establishing any national voting guidelines without 60 votes in the Senate, okay? And even a law like that with 60 votes in the Senate would have plenty of constitutional challenges because the Constitution explicitly grants the rights to elections to the states, okay? So there is, you know, this is like, he's going to need a line of Trump judges and some magic of people deciding to break the Constitution for this thing to happen, okay? And it immediately got fucking overturned right here. You ready? Here it goes. Here we go.
This fight over the Save America Act, the president wants to rein in mail-in voting. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, actually, a big decision came out today. In fact, Shannon, a few hours ago, a federal judge blocked the president's executive order on that, declaring it unconstitutional. Yesterday, we saw the U.S. Postmaster General told the Senate he planned to hold back those absentee ballots from states that refused to comply and provide voter rolls or folks that were eligible to receive those absentee ballots. The administration is arguing that this would have curbed voter fraud ahead of the midterms. Democrats said that it was totally unacceptable. We did try to get a response from a White House official today. Haven't heard anything on this just yet.
Yeah, now, mind you, this is the voter fraud that they've never shown any proof of. This is the voter fraud that Trump says, oh, I've got papers among papers among papers, but he's never shown anyone. They've never won a court case. He's never posted on Truth Social saying, hey, here's the document I have that proves fraud, because there is no fraud. And every time they do find minute instances of fraud, it's actually always Republicans. Right? So, I mean, this shit, it was like he signed the EO and that shit was being blocked within minutes, okay? Within a day. Absolutely. Okay? Permanently blocked him from enforcing. Oh, this is another one. Okay? This is a different one, guys. So this one, I guess there were two decisions here, because the decision she was talking about was saying that the postmaster cannot withhold mail-in ballots. This was a judge blocking Trump's EO that he signed yesterday, okay? And then this federal decision is Trump signed an EO last year that was saying you need to have proof of citizenship and mail-in ballots must be received by Election Day. But again, the federal government does not have the ability to oversee elections, okay? They can pass laws in Congress that would then get constitutionally challenged. But what absolutely cannot happen and will not happen is a president cannot write an EO that affects fucking ballots in any state, period. He can write an EO that says, you know, trans women can't use the ladies' room in federal buildings. He can write that EO. He can write an EO that says the National Guard will fucking protect the reflecting pool. He can write that EO. He can have the National Guard patrolling the streets of D.C. because D.C. is in his jurisdiction. He can write EOs about that. But what he can't do is he can't write an EO that tells any fucking state anything about their election process, about IDs or voting or mail-in ballots or fucking hand-in ballots. Nothing. Okay? There's a thing called the Constitution. Fuck you, Trumpy. And so dude, record time, bro. Dude. Dude, he just got shit on. Right? And they're mad too. The one about about the Election Day ballots, they're mad because it's a black woman. Right? Right? And right here, dude, the post office can't refuse to deliver mail for policy. They cannot do it. That is illegal. But again, dude, Trump is, elected a guy who's going to do illegal shit for him. Dude. Dude, these people are idiots. Idiots, guys. Fuck Trump, bro. Dude, look at this shit. Dude, look at what Mike Johnson fucking posted. All right? as Democrats rush to the radical socialist left, House GOP is committed to protecting and defending our freedoms and the principles that make this country great. And look at what his thing says. It says America is the most free, most successful, most powerful, most benevolent nation that has ever been. Wow. Dude, this is Mike Johnson, the most free. Dude, we have the highest population of enslaved people in the entire world. There is no country that comes even close to the number of people incarcerated. Many, many, many of them for nonviolent crimes. Okay? So we are not the most free. And in fact, now you're getting arrested for, you know, taking a piece of the reflecting pool, or for throwing a sandwich, or you're getting gunned down by ICE. You're getting checked, having your papers checked in the streets if you look Hispanic. Okay, the most successful, I mean, dude, I will say a lot of successful shit has come from America, but let's look at the national debt. I mean, dude, our national debt is pretty crazy. 39 trillion, dude. So we're carrying $350,000 of debt per taxpayer. That means the debt they're holding in my name in tax per taxpayer, like, dude, I could buy half a house with that. Okay? Half a house. Right? Oh shit, dude. Crazy. So I don't know. Successful, yes and no. The most powerful, I mean, to be honest, we spend $1 trillion a year on defense. Saying we're the most powerful may sound good on paper, but literally, guys, let me just tell you, any country, I don't want to badmouth the U.S., but any country that spends $1 trillion on their military is going to be the most powerful. That is not like some special thing. That's literally just because we spend no money on our citizens. We spend all of our money on the fucking military, right? The most benevolent, the country that just bombed a grade school in Iran, a country that just attacked Iran for no reason, a country that funded the Israeli genocide and continues to fund war machines there, the country that lied about WMDs, the country that dropped atomic bombs, the country that is attacking people in the streets and killing them with ICE, the country that just ended temporary protected status for a bunch of people for no reason, a country that won't feed kids in schools, a country that won't provide health care or family leave or child care. You don't get to say that they're most benevolent. A country that literally tries to cancel Pride Night of the San Francisco Giants because of some whiny crybaby Christians is not the most benevolent. So I'm sorry, guys. I mean, this is not true, man. It's like, I would be totally up for saying this if we weren't lying, okay? But like, this is lying, dude. Like, I love America, guys. I do. I love America. That's why I work so hard to try and like make it live up to these ideals. But what I don't like is saying that we're the most free country out there, and then I worry about the FBI showing up at my door because I'm doing political commentary that goes against the president, okay? I don't like saying we're the most successful country out there when, you know, 93% of the stock market is owned by 10% of the people. So, like, most Americans aren't that successful at all. They're fucking struggling. You know what I mean? I don't like saying we're the most benevolent when we fucking treat everybody who's not a white Christian like shit. Dude, let's go, dude. Yes, bro's hair is bleached. Dude, that's my kid, dude. Bryce, what up? Let's go, dude. That's my New York kid. Dude, I love you, boss. And yeah, it's bleached. It's like in the peroxide stage. It's gonna be white, but I'm like in that halfway stage. Dude, mixing it up, boss. Oh shit. Dude, let's go. But yeah, so this shit kind of pisses me off. Dude, Bryce, you would be amazed when I come to New York, you would be amazed how far to the left I have moved since you moved away, boss. Like, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy, boss. Like how I've been radicalized. You know, I've been radicalized, dude. All those endless late night conversations with you, planting seeds. Dude, you planted some good seeds that have grown to fruition. Dude, Bryce and I, like the year before he left during the election year, like we stayed up many nights till like 4 a.m. talking about shit, about Israel and Palestine and all of that shit. Dude, let's go. Yeah, dude, pink, not white. No, I'm going white. Dude, you don't do colored hair in politics, boss. That just makes you too easy to dismiss, right? All right, let's go. From MAGA Tommy, dude, dude, I've never been MAGA, guys. Come on. I've never been MAGA. I couldn't be MAGA, guys. I will say this, though. You ready? I was raised to be MAGA, okay? I grew up in MAGA environment. And then my dad, for whatever reason, went on vacation. We went on vacation to visit family in California. And then my dad, who had never even gone to high school, an ex-con who had been to prison and never even went to high school, okay? He got this crazy idea that he was going to sell the house he bought and he was going to move his family to California. So my dad got me out of the MAGA loop, right? And then I hated it when I got to California because it was too big. It was like sensory overload. And then I went back to Wisconsin like a year and a half later because my mom wanted to go back to Wisconsin. And then when I got back to Wisconsin after being in LA, something had changed. I saw, like, after the city, even though I didn't like the city, when I went back to the small town, I was like, oh shit, the city's actually better than this. And then we moved back to the city and I was like, whoa, the city's better than this. And then we moved back to Wisconsin and I was like, whoa, this sucks. And then in 9th grade, I was like, no, we're moving back to California. And then I made it happen and refused to move again. But yeah, dude, it did. My dad got me out, right? I think seeing large homeless populations in rural areas is worse. You know what it was, guys? What it was for me was it was the hope. It was the hope, okay? That in the city, and I can explain it. There's like one primary difference, and it is like there's a thread in the population where you go into the city, and even in the worst parts of the city, even where it is most economically disadvantaged, there's a thread of like, man, there's something better out there. Okay, I just got to find it. Okay, maybe I got to move, maybe I got to change my job, right? But there's a thread of like, I'm going to keep looking because I know in this huge city, there's something better out here. And in the small town, it's like, this is all we get. It's never going to get any better. There's nothing better than this out there. This is all we have. And like, guys, that difference is the backbreaker in people, okay? Because the small town, that absence of hope is the catalyst. It's like the snowball that gathers speed that becomes alcoholism, domestic violence, child abuse, depression, right? You know what I mean? It is like that hope thing is crazy. Cities have hope and small towns don't. And there's a lot of other shit, but that hope thing, man, is like, that was the breaker for me. And yes, when I went, I moved from a town of 3,000 people to a city of like, it's 8 million. And dude, it like the first time I moved to California, it fucked me up, bro. It did. It fucked me up. It was like, dude, we lived in an apartment building that was on a road, not a highway, but a road that had 6 lanes, guys, and parked cars. So with the parked cars, it was 8 rows of traffic on a road. Okay, not a highway, a road. Prior to that, the freeways in California or in Wisconsin, the freeways had 1 lane going each way, right? 2 lanes in the big part of I-94, the interstate, had 2 lanes. And the road my apartment building had 6 lanes, guys. 3 going each way. Dude, and I was in like 3rd grade, dude. I was like, what the fuck is this, bro? Dude, it was crazy. I was like, holy shit. And my parents, you know, they both worked. So in the morning, they were like, here, you got to walk to school. And so I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. All right, I guess I'm walking, right? I had to walk on these huge roads through these crazy neighborhoods when, you know, underneath the freeway, there was a tunnel that went under the 405. That was like 10 lanes, you know, fucking 12 lanes or whatever. And I was like, holy shit, dude, from 3,000 people to that, it fucking blew my mind, dude. I was like so overwhelmed, dude, so overwhelmed. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy shit, dude. Yeah. Oh man, the shock of moving the big smoke from the big smoke from the bush, dude. It was wild. It was crazy. And so the first time we moved, like, I didn't like it. I didn't. I was overwhelmed and I was super, like, had trouble fitting in. And I remember just feeling like panicky a lot because it was a lot to manage, you know, as a 3rd grader. And I was like on my own because my parents were both alcoholics and they were suffering through a bad marriage. So they couldn't help me process the fact that I was overwhelmed. They didn't even notice it. If anything, they behaved in ways that made me more overwhelmed. So I was overwhelmed outside the house, and then I would come home and I would be overwhelmed because they were breaking shit and fucking, you know, tearing pictures off the walls and smashing glass and shit like that. So it was like just too, like, I was just like brain rattled the whole time. And you know, but then when we moved back to Wisconsin and I got to the slow environment again, I was like, oh, dude, this sucks. Like, I got back to the small town and I was like, fuck, dude, this sucks. Like, we got to get back to the city, dude. This is like, you know, I just knew that, like, it's like, if you want to soar, right? If you want to taste it all, right? If you want to experience everything that life has to offer, you have to go to the city, man. You know what I mean? You have to. The city is just like, whew. Yeah, baby. You know? You know what I'm saying? Right? Dude, taste it. You know, there's that quote about sucking the marrow out of life. Right? Dude, now Bryce, though, Bryce has one-upped it, though. Dude, Bryce moved to fucking New York, and he's in a city. He had never gone to New York. He had never even seen it. Okay? He had never even seen New York, and he just moved there like blind with his girlfriend. Isn't that crazy? He'd never even been on vacation. He just packed a moving van with all his shit and fucking like moved to New York. Dude, rolled up in a moving van to a fucking Airbnb in Brooklyn and fucking hit the pavement. Isn't that wild? He was 20. That, to me, see, I wasn't even that bold, guys. Like, when I became an adult, I was in Glendale. I went to UCLA because it was close. And I got accepted to Berkeley too, but I was afraid to move to Berkeley, even though my home sucked. I was afraid to leave home. So I went to UCLA and lived at home. And then I did that for half a year before I joined a fraternity and then moved on campus. But even then I had to join a fraternity, a house with 140 other guys in order to have the support to move out of my house, right? You know, because otherwise, without the support of those 100 guys, like behind me and the fraternity letters and the whole, like, I'm a part of this thing, I would have been too afraid to maybe even move out for a couple of years. Dude, this kid, like, just fucking went to a city he'd never even been to and just rolled up. You know, that's insane, dude. That is like, is wild. Like, he's so much bolder than me, even though I think he would think he probably thinks he's not, but he also sees me when I'm 40. You know what I mean? He didn't get to see me when I was 20, you know, when I was like, oh, fuck, what the fuck am I doing? Dude, you know, right? It's pretty crazy, you know, but I'm living vicariously through him. I hope that's not too much pressure, because there's a lot of pressure because I want to live in New York. So him like going to New York and succeeding in New York is like important to me, but like it may not be important to him, you know? Dude, let's go. Bush Raider said, I get it. My wife and I are moving from Adelaide, South Australia to Melbourne, Victoria. Adelaide is the country towns and capital cities, and Melbourne, of course, yeah, it's the biggest, most happening city in Australia. Let's go, shrimp on the barbie. Let's fucking go. Dude, I love it. You know? You're a tough cookie to live up to. I know now, like in my old age, like once I got into my 30s, by the time I got into my 30s, dude, I was positively like fearless. But it took me a while to get there. I had to get kicked around a lot. You know the feeling? You moved from the South California to culture shock, right? Yeah. Dude, yeah, no, it's fucking the South to California had to be some culture shock. Dude, Melbourne, I want to go to Australia. I was supposed to go to Australia, guys. I was back when I was a gamer. So I was a famous gamer, like internationally famous in like 2020 and 2021, right? Like I blew up like big in 2021 and through 2022 until I had a falling out after like getting, you know, doing a debate argument thing with Andrew Tate and pissing off all the Fortnite people. But when I was a famous gamer, I did this thing with this Australian company that had like an NFT of me and all this shit. And it was supposed to be this thing that was going to lead to a bunch of appearances in Australia. And of course, it turned out to be a fucking, you know, like this was like on the early edge of the NFT shit before we realized that, oh, these are all scams. And so I never got to go. You know what I'm saying? And in fact, like they withheld like a fair amount of money too. They fucking fucked us all, right? You know, but it's too bad. It's too bad because I like feel a pretty deep connection with the Australian vibes. I do, man. I do. You know, I do. I feel a connection with that. Like the ruggedness, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I grew up in a rugged environment. You know, it was, I mean, it's pretty wild because even though I lived right in, you know, whatever apartments or houses in cities that were nice or decent suburbs, I fucking grew up in the wilderness, guys, because it was, my parents were both alcoholics. My parents were both, you know, my dad was an aggressive abuser. I was sexually abused. So like, even though I was growing up in suburbia, I was growing up out in the fucking wilderness, like on my own. And so it's weird because when I go to places that are like the high desert or places that are the wilderness, the wild like that, I am connected. Even though I haven't lived out in the desert, I know how to survive in the fucking desert because I fucking grew up in the wilderness, guys. You know, it's like that survival thing. It doesn't really matter if you're in the Grand Canyon or a sexually abusive home. Like, survival is survival. You learn to adapt and to figure it out. Okay, you figure out the terrain, and you know what I mean? You just do if you have that fucking survival instinct. And so I don't know, I relate to those places that have like the outback or that wild shit. You know what I'm saying? I do, I relate to it. Crazy nature lover who got stung by a stingray. Dude, just pee on it, boss. Just piss on it. Get somebody to fucking pee on it, bro. Let's go. Dude, stingrays, they ain't got shit, dude. Pee on that shit. Let's go, baby. Good in the wild. All right. I'm going to go make some videos. Dude, Jenny is gone for the weekend. Jenny is with a group of women out doing like psychedelic journeys. So she will be gone until Sunday. Dude, let's go. Bush Raider. Political punk, your vibe definitely fits with Australia culture, a chill and kind and one for the people, very Aussie like. Let's go, man. Dude, I love it. Dude, I will get there one day. Dude, I will get there one day. Dude, Jenny is doing, she is with a group of women and they're like on a facilitated like psychedelic group journey. It's pretty amazing, dude. Yeah, she's doing a lot of that shit. Right? She will be back on Sunday. And then in a couple weeks, she's going to California for another, for an MDMA adventure. And then she's like later in the summer, she's going to New Mexico. She has like a whole like group of like women that are on fucking healing journeys. She has several like groups that they do like summer solstice events and shit like that. It's pretty amazing. Dude, she has a gift at that. You need it for mental health? Yeah, no, Vero, it's great for mental health. Let me just tell you, I have seen Jenny's, journey with psychedelics, both microdosing and doing facilitated journeys with people with MDMA and psilocybin. And I have watched her heal a lot of fucking depression. You know what I mean? I've watched her heal a lot of shit, dude. It's really cool. And so with me, I've never done facilitated stuff because I'm sober now, but I did a lot of psychedelics. Like I did a lot of MDMA and a lot of mushrooms and a lot of, more potent psychedelics. And I had a fair number of like really bad trips. Like really like ego gutting experiences that like there's a reason why you should facilitate, because I've had some ego shattering experiences that took me like 6 months or a year to recover from, to get back on a solid footing, because that shit is like can be really intense. But I feel like it helped, even in the way I did it, helped alleviate a lot of depression. Like there's a lot of depression that I just don't have because I opened up some of those channels and I went in there and dealt with some of that, both the good and the bad. Because sometimes you do psychedelics and sometimes it brings up really bad shit, toxic elements of yourself, but it allows you to like deal with it in a way. You know what I mean? And so I think facilitated psychedelics should be available to everyone. Yeah, man, like psilocybin and MDMA, I believe in them both. Like I've experienced, even doing it the wrong way, I've experienced their positive effects. You know what I mean? But can't afford assisted therapy in Eugene. Yeah, I would say Vero. You know what? Here's my suggestion to you, Vero. All right. When you're saying you can't afford assisted therapy in Eugene, I would say this. I'm going to give you a piece of advice. For those of you who can't afford assisted therapy, whether you're in Eugene or Portland or Colorado, here's what you want to do. You want to get involved in the local scene, okay? Which means you find the places that have mushroom events, whether they're, yoga events that are like psychedelic discussion of yoga. You go to the events where you meet people that are involved in the psychedelic scene. And if you go to those events enough and you immerse yourself in the scene of the yoga, like psychedelic sort of ecstatic dance, whatever, those satellite scenes, you will meet people that facilitate, and you will find underground, like more economical group facilitation options. They're out there. You just have to get to know people in the scene to find them. Okay. But they are out there. There are like group journeys that are done that are a little under the radar, but you have to sort of look for them. And so if you don't have the money to do it, just make yourself become part of that psychedelic scene. And I think the universe will guide you to the place where they're happening, and you'll be able to find that help. Because there are a lot of people that know it's not economically available to people, but they really do want to bring it to everyone because you know the value of it. So, seek and ye shall find, right? Dude, Rye Love, go Jenny. Healing is needed here. I'm looking at Cali over medicinal. Rye, let's go. Thank you, Rye. Appreciate that. Yeah, dude, healing is out there. Okay. And it is out there. You just, I believe in the scene. I've been sort of telling my kid this too in New York. He's been having trouble finding a job. And I've been like, dude, you gotta go out and you gotta go like you go to record stores and you meet the people in there and ask them, hey, where do you guys hang out? How can I get a job in a record store? Like becoming a part of the scene, whatever, meeting people, that's the inroad to everything, guys. And it takes a little while. Sometimes you have to sit on the fringes of it and dip your toes in there, and it takes you a while to get known and to meet people because you want to do it. You don't want to rush in there and like, oh, I have to meet everyone because I got to figure this out now. It takes time. Like you could go to events for a year and you meet one person here and one person there, and maybe it takes you a year to really get, ensconced. It may happen faster, but I think putting ourselves out there into the environments with people where people congregate around like-minded shit, like what my son is doing now is he's been going to an open mic, just watching it, but meeting the people there and being part of that scene. And then pretty soon he's going to go there and he's going to perform at it, but he's doing it at his own pace. But I think those things, those immersions of like, becoming part of a group is just really important and helpful, right? If you like getting in, networking and friend working or whatever. I'm a firm believer in like become a part of a scene, whatever the scene is, whether it's healing or music or an open mic that you attend every week or, some type of regular, meetup groups. It could be free yoga in the park or Tai Chi. You can try something crazy. Oh, you've never done Tai Chi? Go to a Tai Chi gathering, You know what I mean? I mean, it's crazy. Like now I have a massage therapist that I have been fucking seeing for a year that she has had a profound effect on my life and helping me navigate like a career change. And you know how I met her? Like Jenny was going to one of those psychedelic events at this space, and Jenny didn't want to go alone. She was nervous. And I said, you know what? I'll go with you. And I went with you, and there was a massage therapist giving free massages. And that's how I met this woman that has like profoundly changed my life, right? Dude, you just got absolutely poured on. This weather sucks. Dude, yeah, dude, I heard you guys are getting rained on. Dude, did you hear the part, Bryce? I was talking you up about the open mic. I hope you got to hear some of that. You've really had a, like, you know, I'm really proud of what you're doing out there, getting involved. And I will see you in, holy shit, dude, in about 5 weeks, boss. 6 weeks. Yeah, 7 weeks. Dude, yeah, no, we're going in August. You were getting soaked? Had to keep the headphones safe. All right, let's go. Dude, yeah. Dude, it's like New York. I didn't realize how crazy the weather is there, right? I saw the rain, and it was like, holy shit, dude. It just rains like sheets. Like here in Portland, guys, it doesn't rain very hard. It just rains a lot, okay? Like Portland does not get heavy rain, okay? Portland just gets a little bit of rain, but you get like many days of a tiny bit of rain and occasionally heavy, right? Dude, snow is kind. You should just be content. You should be content. Let's go. Dude, I'm loving Portland. And in fact, guys, can I tell you about the scene? There are some content creators, political content creators that are like moving to Portland and or living in Portland. So I am thinking about, I haven't done this yet, but I am thinking about like putting together a meetup for like political content creators on the left who live in Portland for us to just go out and like get a drink together, because we're all attached to our phones and our computers and we stream and we make content all day. And we all have like maladjusted lives. So I think I'm going to reach out to some of these people, especially some that have just moved here and been like, hey, I think we should go out and like, you know, every 2 months or once a month, go grab a drink together and just commiserate on how fucking awkward it is to be doing what we're doing. Right? I think I'm going to do that just to like commune, man, to make a little scene. Because I know there's a couple content creators. I know of 2 that I really like that I know of that live in this town. One of which just moved here. Right? And it would be cool too, because the ones I'm pretty sure of, I think there's a gay guy, a straight guy, and a woman. Right? So, right? Yeah, dude. I think Figueiredo, he's the gay guy. And then I would be the straight guy. And then there's a young leftist woman who just moved to Portland. And there might be more. Like there might even be more that I don't even know about that are on the DL. So yeah, I'm looking into it. I'm looking into a lot of that communal shit. Right? You know, I wanna fucking, I don't know, man. I'm really getting into like expanding connection lately. And I'm like inside way too much. All right. All right, you ready? You ready for a dance party? I'm ready. I'm ready, boss. Yeah, I think Mike does too. Park Rose Permaculture. Oh, yeah, she's another one. She's in Portland as well. I'd forgotten about her, but she's like moving away from politics, I think. I think she, I could be wrong, but she could still be included. Dude, no, there's also Angelita Murillo, right? She was one too, local, but she's now a city councilor. But yeah, she could be involved. Dude, I love Angelita. Like Angelita, or who's Angela? Oh, you're thinking about somebody else. There's Angelita Murillo, who is a city councilor, right? And Tara Dublin, yes, dude, I know Tara. Dude, Tara and I are like, I mean, we've never hung out in person, but Tara was the first radio DJ to play The Wanted's My Music Project on fucking KNRK. She was a radio DJ at KNRK. Okay. Oh, Park Rose is Angela. Got it. So yeah, got it. Thank you, Roadkill. But Tara, she played my band. She was the first DJ at KNRK to play my band. And then it spread to like 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗏, and then it spread like a little bit nationwide. And one summer I had a pretty decent sized check from ASCAP because of radio airplay, because of what Tara started. Tara Dublin, dude, she's awesome. She is. Oh, dude, that's so good. Now I have extra names. Oh man. All right. Dude, I'm going to reach out to some, dude. I'm going to get this going. I'm going to be a man of action. Okay? Dude, let's go. But yeah, the Park Rose, I think I saw, I don't know, because I don't watch content religiously, but I think the Park Rose woman, I remember her saying something like she wanted to like cut back. She wanted to step out a little bit because she was getting fucking, you know, like you get attacked so much. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, that is a sad reality with all of this, that if you do politics, you get like raked over the fucking coals. You know what I'm saying? You do. You get some gnarly shit, you know, and yet it's even harder for the women too, I think, because they already have a baseline lack of safety that they have to deal with simply being women in society. You know what I'm saying? You know, when is my 1 year anniversary? So my guys, I'm on 2 years of when I went hard. I mean, I started this channel in September of 22. I started it 4 years ago. It was called The Politics of Humanity. And then in the early 2023, I made videos for about 2 months and they didn't go anywhere. And then I quit and I deleted them all. And then in the summer of 2023, I made short videos for several months with an editor from Denmark or from the Netherlands. And we used to sit in Premiere together on a screen and I would sort of direct the creations. That's where I basically learned how to use Premiere Pro really well, was watching him. And so I made shorts called Politics of Humanity again for about another couple of months, and it didn't really take. And then actually, I think by then I had switched the name from Politics of Humanity to Political Punk. So I had a better name, but I had 2 stops and starts where I started and then it failed and didn't catch on, and then I quit and then I put it away for a while. And so that summer of 2023, I had quit again. But it was hard because I didn't have a job and my gaming channel had died because I had gone to politics. And so I was in this weird in-between phase where I was doing a little bit of gaming. And then I was, watching serial killer documentaries on Twitch and just sort of doing, like lifestyle shit. But I wasn't making any money. I was going into debt. And then what ended up happening was in the spring of 2024, I just hit a point where I was like, fuck, dude, it's an election year, man. It's now or never. Like, it was like March of 2024. And I said, okay, I either am going to start making daily videos now and streaming full politics, no matter how much it kills my channel, and I'm going to do it now, or I'm never going to do it. And so I did it. And I started making a video a day during the election year. And then, I made a video about Hasan that got me monetized. And then I was making a little bit of money. And then I got banned on Twitch. And then I switched to YouTube, right? Actually, I got banned on Twitch in 2025. That was a year later. But no, I was streaming on Twitch and making a YouTube video every day. And I stayed through the fucking election. And then I met Brian Tyler Cohen. What happened was Brian Tyler Cohen, I made a video about him, and he left a comment saying, oh, you're actually going to do well at this. And then I reached out to him after he left a comment and said, hey, can I get in a Discord call with you? I'd like to ask you some questions. And I asked him a bunch of questions, Brian Tyler Cohen, about YouTubing. And he told me a bunch of shit to do. And then I didn't question it. I just did it. And I started to flourish. And he told me to make more content. And he told me to change my thumbnail style. And, you know, he gave me some really good YouTubing advice. And you know, that really helped. And then I got banned on Twitch. And I started streaming on YouTube. And that really helped too. So I've had a lot of help. And then, you know, Tabitha Speaks Politics. She fucking, you know, made a bunch of videos about me. And that really helped. And now I've been getting help by Midas Touch and Kyle Kowinski. They have both had segments where they've talked about some of my tweets and shit. So I've been getting a lot of help, guys. You know what I mean? A lot of help. Dude, Tabitha adores me. I love Tabitha. I do. I love Tabitha. But yeah. So I don't know, guys. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's been a long road, guys. I just want you to know it's been a long road, you know? And so don't forget that if you're doing something, that even with me, guys, I was a famous person online and I switched to politics and I spent, you know, almost 2 years of stopping and starting and failing and deleting all the material. And right before I started in earnest. So my point being that sometimes it takes a little while to get your shit off the ground, guys. It can take years. You know what I mean? It can take years. And so, you know, and I've said this too, you know, when talking to like Jenny or my son, it's really hard in the beginning, right? But, oh, let's go, dude. Dude, that's amazing, Marauder. I love that. I love the Vanguard. So I've said this to my son and to Jenny, that is really hard, right? Is in the beginning, it's so hard. Like if you want to build a Twitter following, right? You do it through the replies. Okay. If you want to build a Twitter following, you become part of the community of repliers, and then eventually you will get noticed. But in the beginning, you are like screaming out into a void and you get nothing back for a long time. It can be years, man, of like nothing back. So that's what you have to do in whether it's content online or YouTube or Twitter, or if you're going to be an actor, you or a musician, you put your shit out into the world and nobody gives a fuck about it. Everyone just ignores you like you don't fucking exist. And you have to do that for years sometimes. And then you'll gain a little bit of traction and a little bit of traction. And some people, it could be 2 years. Some people, it could be 10 years. Like Mark Ruffalo. You know Mark Ruffalo, right? That guy went on like 800 auditions before he booked a major part, guys. 800. That is fucking years of auditions, guys. And most people will quit if they do 50 auditions without getting a job, right? So the question is how long will you do something with getting nothing back in order to plant the seed? Okay? Because because sometimes you just gotta do it over and over and over and over and over and over again. And it's real hard to get that initial traction. Because can I tell you guys, you ready? Check this out. All right? Hear me out on this, guys. I'm going to give you a little journey before the dance party, a little personal story here about, okay. So in 2013, I bought the domain actingliketommy.com, and I switched my social medias, Instagram and Twitter, to Acting Like Tommy. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to start a YouTube channel called Acting Like Tommy. I was an actor. I was a theater actor. I was going to do political skits and lifestyle skits about politics and life. And I was trying very hard in 2013 to grow as a political tweeter. And I got no traction. In 3 years later, I quit the politicking and gave up on the Acting Like Tommy YouTube, and I quit my job to make films and to be a commercial director in 2016. Still tweeting about politics and trying to make commercials. No traction. All of my filming basically failed. I made a little bit of money, but mostly went into debt. In 2017, they created a game called Fortnite that my son started playing, okay? My 12-year-old son. In 2019, after playing Fortnite with him, I decided to stream Fortnite using my Acting Like Tommy name from the 2013 Acting Like Tommy .com that I had bought 6 years earlier. And I became a famous streamer 2 years later, streaming a video game that didn't even exist when I first bought actingliketommy.com. And Acting Like Tommy became very famous, okay? And then in 2022, I fought with Andrew Tate and I lost my gaming fame. And now 4 years later in 2026, I am now political punk succeeding in politics on YouTube, which was my original goal back in 2013. But I had to become a famous gamer to find YouTube. I mean, I started out in 2013 to make a politicking and game and fucking acting YouTube. And 13 years later, I am a political YouTuber. And now I have a significant following on like most all of those platforms. Isn't that crazy? But like, I could have never seen that coming, right? I mean, how fucking crazy is that, dude? Like, so the point is you don't know what the path's gonna look like if you just keep looking for the path, right? You know, that's my thing. You know, you don't need to know the path. Just look for a path and get on one and walk it and try to go somewhere and you'll get somewhere. You don't need to have the answers. You don't need to even have an endpoint. You don't even need to be sure if the thing you're doing is the thing you love to do. You just got to get out there and get on the path. And if you get on a path and you walk it and you follow it and you let the universe nudge you a little bit and you take some cues and take some chances, some shit'll happen. You know what I mean? Is there still a clip of me? Oh yeah, there's probably millions of clips, right? Dude, I got savaged. My God, dude. Like the month after the Tate thing, they were making videos about me, like calling me a pink-haired beta and all this shit, like because I was a gamer that was like challenging the patriarchy. Like, dude, on TikTok, like 50 million views in a month of people just shredding me, dude. Oh my God. Like death threats, like 20 of them a day. I mean, it was crazy, dude. dude, it was like, I have never been that hated in my life, but it was, you know, I came out of it like with a lot of resolve. You know, any questionable sort of like, oh, can I do politics? Like the mystery was gone after that experience, dude. Oh, fuck, bro. Dude, it was crazy. Oh my God, dude. I could not use TikTok without seeing like 100 videos a day of people just shredding me, you know, making videos about me. Dude, it was crazy. Dude, fuck him too. He's a rapist, dude. He can kiss my ass. I'm more powerful than him. And that was one of the things I said. Like he said to me, he said something. He was like, you lack brave, you lack balls. And I was like, balls? I was like, you and I both know I have more balls than you'll ever have. Like, don't even fucking kid yourself, dude. And the whole time we were doing it, I was in the airport. I was in a terminal in JFK against the wall with a little fucking earbuds and my laptop yelling at Andrew Tate in front of like 300 people. And he was in his little compound in Romania. I was like, fuck you, dude. I'm in a fucking airport terminal. I have 300 people watching me argue with you. You want to talk about balls? Don't give me balls, dude. You can't compete with these fucking cojones, right? Dude, you lack a believable English accent. Dude, you know what was hard though, guys? Is I wasn't a good debater, okay? I wasn't a good debater, so it was mostly him and I just yelling over each other and shit, and me asking him some pointed questions, you know, when he was talking about like becoming a millionaire, like running cam girls. And I said, I was like, how many of your cam girls became millionaires? And he was like, I can't answer that one. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. Because you became a millionaire exploiting a bunch of women and none of them became millionaires, right? Because you're a user, right? It was that kind of shit. But I wasn't really a good debater. That was my first time having any sort of political debate. Hasan was on that one. That was the one where Hasan called him out with like women drivers. Hasan was right after me. Okay, after I went on at the end of it, he was like, Andrew Tate was like mad. He was like, let's take a poll. He wanted to take a poll to see if the gamers agreed with me or agreed with him because he was such a fucking wimp. And then afterwards, they brought Hasan on, and Hasan went into the whole like women drivers thing, which just kneecapped him. Dude, because he was already like kerfluffled after me. And so Hasan went on there about him talking shit about women drivers, but insurance companies having data that show that women are better drivers than men. They get in less accidents and they cause less damage. And he fucked him up. And Andrew Tate like went off the rails. Dude, it was fucking, it was awesome. But 2022, baby, right? And like, yeah, it's good shit. Drive safe, baby. All right, it's dance time, though. I gotta go. I gotta go make videos. 2 a.m. It's bar time. We gotta go make some videos, guys. Let's go. Love you. All right. Wir müssen tanzen. Dude, my German sucks, but anybody who's German out there is like, wow, he just butchered the language. Wir müssen hierher getanzen. Let's go. Dude, I used to speak fluent German, guys. I had a German girlfriend, Tanya from Hanover. Dude, a couple summers, I had a German girlfriend. We spoke German. I went on vacation with German people and spoke nothing but German for an entire week of vacation. I was fluent, man, when I was 18, dude. It's crazy. I was so good. And I never got to go to Germany. And now it's all, I bet a bunch of it would come back if I went there, but. What a waste. Never used it since. Yeah, it's not a waste though, because learning foreign languages is good for your brain, right? It is. So even if you take 2 years of a foreign language and you never use it, the 2 years you spent learning it developed your brain in a profound and important way. And that's why, you know, I took German for 4 years. I took Spanish for 2 years. I took Latin for a year. and I took a year or half a year of continuing education French, and I'd still want to go back and learn French. And like many of those, I didn't get any like language usage benefits, but I got the elasticity of the brain of having learned them, right? Which is profoundly good for your brain. You know, to take a language for a year, even if you never use it again, that year you spent learning it did profound shit for your brain, dude. It's like, learning a musical instrument, learning languages, that shit is so good for you. Like, do it. If you can Duolingo, guys, right? If you do Duolingo and you add a language, learn Swedish or something in your spare time, dude, that shit is like so good for your brain. That shit is fucking good, boss. All right, you ready? You know, I have a philosophy. I want to say one more thing while I'm waxing philosophical. You ready, guys? I have a life philosophy that I believe is very helpful. And you know what it is? It's nothing wasted. Okay? It's nothing wasted, which means if I go off and pursue a career or a language or an activity and I sink all my money and all my time into it for 2 years and it goes nowhere and then I walk away from it and pursue a different activity, that was not a waste. I have 2 years of experiential shit. I learned a task. I've activated my brain, my body. I explored avenues. I met new people. I adventured. And even if that turned out to go nowhere, I got shit out of it that will help me in the next one. And so it's a nothing wasted, man. It's like you put yourself into the things you do, you invest yourself, and you just know that whether your goal works out or not, or whether you go around a bend and completely change direction, you have wasted nothing, okay? Everything you do is like working on you and giving you like amazing shit, because experience is experience. The only time you're not is if you're doing nothing, if you're chasing nothing, if you're just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so just don't be stagnant, you know, get on a path, chase some shit, whether succeed or fail, it doesn't matter, right? Because nothing wasted, man. You know, I believe that shit, dude. I swear to you, it's true. All right? Oh, you ready? I do have to learn French, though. I have to before I pass on. I have to learn French because I'm minorly obsessed with France. Right? Is the birthplace of expressionism, boss. Right? I gotta learn French. I gotta go spend some time there. All right, here we go, baby. We're getting into it. It's time for that dance party, a little deja vu. I'm gonna work it out on the dance floor. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the support. Thank you guys for being here and listen to me fucking ramble, you know? Oh, I hope you get as much out of this as I get out of it. Let's go. Come on, baby.
But I've known, been here before. feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy, a notion that I will make it out somehow. Whoa! A little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. A little time with you and I can see it light. A little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. A little time with you and I can see it light. Things will turn out alright this time, I know.
Thank you! Oh, dude, there was like a sliver or some shit poking me, boss. Oh, dude, I'm so out of breath. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go! All right, guys, I'm gonna go eat some food, make some videos, take care of your head, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you, thank you, good night! Stay radiant!
Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Radiant in my world. Radiant. Hey, I'm gonna no. Woo! I can't pretend. No. I hope this never ends. It's about you. I would never be alone.